Chapter 365. Silence reigned. Everyone stared at the sword. Apart from seriousness, there was also deep fear in their eyes. Even Mo Yanxiao, who had always been calm, had a grave expression on his face. The sword gave off the feeling that it could shatter a starry sky. Powerful. Unreasonably powerful. Just then, the black-robed man's voice rang out again. What? Is no one attacking? Mo Yanxiao glanced at the black-robed man and said in a low voice, "How should I address you, senior?" Senior. Once an expert made a move, it was obvious. The black-robed man had only revealed his sword, and it was already so terrifying. If he attacked, wouldn't it be earth-shattering? Therefore, to the crowd, this black-robed man was undoubtedly a peerless big shot. The black-robed man said coolly, "The old man has long forgotten his name. Even if he remembered, you kids wouldn't recognize the old man at this point." He paused for a moment and put the sword away. Just then, the crowd felt a weight lift off their shoulders, and their bodies relaxed. The black-robed man suddenly asked, "Is there anything on the interstellar bounty list in the never-ending starfield?" Mo Yanxiao thought about it and shook his head. "Apart from the one Yi Xian has, there isn't anything else." The black-robed man sneered. "Then do you know why that ultimate treasure is in the never-ending starfield? Do you know why the leader of the Azure Firmament World's Realm Defense Alliance died?" Mo Yanxiao glanced at the black-robed man. "It should have been done by a senior, right?" The black-robed man shook his head. "It wasn't done by the old man. To put it bluntly, it would be a disaster for the entire never-ending starfield if such an ultimate treasure fell into the hands of the never-ending starfield. How dare you try to snatch it? You really don't know what's good for you." Mo Yanxiao frowned. "Why?" Just then, the Grand Elder suddenly said, "Because the entire never-ending starfield doesn't have the fortune to enjoy such an ultimate treasure." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Only then did they realize the gravity of the situation. Yi Xian didn't have the fortune to enjoy such an ultimate treasure. But who in the never-ending starfield could? Themselves? What would happen if they obtained it? Everyone's expressions darkened at this thought. If he obtained it, he would definitely die. At this time, the black-clothed man said again, "All of you only know that Yi Xian possesses a great treasure. But do you know his identity?" Everyone looked at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man snorted coldly. The other old man doesn't want to say much. At this point, he suddenly turned to face the Great Elder. "Great Elder, the old man knows what you're thinking. Even the old man would be tempted by such a precious treasure, let alone you. However, you must remember, even if you obtain this treasure, what can you do? Not only did you bring trouble to yourself, but you also brought trouble to our Daoyi Academy." The Great Elder looked at the black-clothed man in shock. "Senior, are you really from the Daoyi Academy?" The man in black said coldly, "Why? Is the identity of the Daoyi Academy so precious that you even want to impersonate an old man?" The Great Elder hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant." As he spoke, he paused for a moment and said, "May I know Senior's name?" The black-clothed man replied indifferently, "Don't ask about that. Remember, Yi Xian is in our Daoyi Academy. To our Daoyi Academy, it's a blessing and a curse. If he were to die here, you'll be the greatest sinner of our academy. As for all of you, the old man has no interest in tangling with you. If you dare to have any designs on him, the old man will not let you off." As his voice landed, he disappeared from the spot. Just like that, he disappeared without a single trace of aura. After the black-clothed man left, Mo Yanxiao said solemnly, "Seems like there's a huge whirlpool behind this Yi Xian." As he spoke, he looked at the crowd. "What that senior said just now doesn't make sense. Such a precious treasure. Yi Xian doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it, and neither do we. Everyone farewell." As he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. After Mo Yanxiao left, the rest followed suit, leaving only two people behind. They were the Great Elder of the Daoyi Academy and the Gate of Life's leader. Feng Chan looked at the spot where the black-clothed man had disappeared and muttered softly, "Such a move, truly unfathomable." As he spoke, he smiled faintly. "What a pity. I should have exchanged blows with him just now. If I could, I would have benefited greatly." The Great Elder asked indifferently, "You could have taken that blow?" Hearing this, Feng Chan's smile slowly disappeared. The great elder looked at the spot where the black-clothed man had disappeared in silence. A senior of the Dao-Yi Academy, as far as he could remember, the Dao-Yi Academy did not have such a terrifying swordsman. Not even in the past 1,000 years. Could it be more than 1,000 years? The great elder's expression turned serious at this thought. After a while, the great elder turned to leave. Just then, Fang Chan suddenly spoke up. Great elder, as far as I know, Yi Xian seems to have been targeted by someone in the Dao-Yi Academy. The great elder stopped and looked at Fang Chan, who smiled. That senior also said that Yi Xian's presence in the Dao-Yi Academy is a mixed blessing and disaster. Why don't you give him to the gate of life? The great elder laughed coldly. Scram. As he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Fang Chan smiled faintly, then disappeared as well. On the other side, Yi Xian sat on the ground, his heart filled with lingering fear. That black-clothed man was him. Of course he was afraid. If he had been exposed in front of so many experts, he wouldn't even know how he died. It was too dangerous. But he had no choice. If he didn't, these people would follow him every day. He wouldn't be able to live. Most importantly, he couldn't beat them. Sword. Yi Xian thought of that sword. If he could master that sword, he would be able to kill all those powerhouses just now with one strike. The problem was that he couldn't control that sword at all. He couldn't even hold it. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed softly. He had to cultivate hard and reach the void-piercing realm as soon as possible. After a while, Yi Xian quietly left and arrived at Cliff Mountain. Cliff Mountain wasn't big, but it was a treasure mountain because it produced nearly 1,000,000 purple origin crystals every year. Many people coveted this treasure mountain, but no faction dared to touch it because it belonged to the Dao-Yi Academy. The name of the Dao-Yi Academy was very influential in the never-ending starfield. The person who received Yi Xian was an old man named Lu Wen, who was in charge of the affairs of Cliff Mountain. In a large hall, Lu Wen glanced at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, didn't the academy send anyone else? Yi Xian said with a smile. Am I not enough? Lu Wen shook his head. Of course not. Yi Xian said. Tell me the details. Lu Wen said in a low voice. Recently, people have been going missing in Cliff Mountain. Not only that, but the purple origin crystals underground are also decreasing. I have been investigating for a long time, but I don't have any clues. Yi Xian asked. Was it done by an outside faction? Lu Wen shook his head. I don't think so. Why? Yi Xian asked. Lu Wen said in a low voice. If it was done by an outside faction, why would they kill one person at a time? And only a few purple origin crystals were taken? Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. That's true. If it's not an outsider, then it's one of us? Lu Wen smiled bitterly. I'm the only one left here. As for the others, they either died or left. Yi Xian. A moment later, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Where did those people die? Lu Wen said in a low voice. Underground. Yi Xian said. Take me there. Yi Xian followed Lu Wen to the bottom of Cliff Mountain. Yi Xian saw scattered purple origin crystals on some of the mountain walls. Lu Wen said, these purple origin crystals are still small, and the purple origin chi in them is not enough. Therefore, it's not time to mine them. Yi Xian nodded. Is this Cliff Mountain the biggest source of income for Dao-Yi Academy? Lu Wen shook his head. No. Dao-Yi Academy's biggest source of income is Dao-Yi City. There are many factions in the city, and they have to pay rent to Dao-Yi Academy every year. The monthly rent for the area in front of the city gate is several times higher than Cliff Mountain's income. Yi Xian understood. He understood why the Dao-Yi Academy sent him to this place. It was because this wasn't an important place. At the same time, he also realized that the wealth of these powerful factions was terrifying. He still had about 800,000 purple origin crystals, which was a lot. However, when compared to these top forces, there was simply no comparison at all. Lu Wen suddenly said, Do you still want to go down and see? Yi Xian thought about it, and was about to speak, when the voice of the god on the second floor rang in his head. There are spirits down there. Be careful. Spirits? Yi Xian was taken aback. Then he asked, What spirit? The god on the second floor said, There are spirits born in the world, such as Xiao Ling. She is a good one. but there are also evil ones. The most common ones are evil spirits, and evil spirits. They are called spirits. Yi Xian asked, "Is she strong?" The god on the second floor said, "Do you think Xiao Linger is strong?" Yi Xian gave a wry smile. Xiao Linger was strong, but he had no idea how strong she was. What about the spirits down there? Yi Xian hesitated. He had to be careful when dealing with the spirits in the world, because if he was not careful, they could give him a surprise. The god on the second floor said, "Let's go down and see." Yi Xian hesitated and asked, "Is it dangerous?" The god on the second floor said, "Yes, but it is also an opportunity. If your sword has a spirit as its sword spirit, its power will multiply." A spirit as a sword spirit. Yi Xian was shocked. "Is that okay?" "Yes." In the same place, Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. He seemed to think of something and looked at Lu Wen. "You go back first. I will go down and check it myself." Lu Wen hesitated and nodded. "Young Master Yi, be careful." After saying that, he turned and left. After Lu Wen left, Yi Xian continued to go down. The lower he went, the more purple origin crystals there were. However, they were all unripe. If he took them now, the value of these purple origin crystals would be greatly reduced. Moreover, there were not many purple origin crystals, so Yi Xian was not tempted. About half an hour later, Yi Xian reached the bottom, but he did not see the spirit. Yi Xian said, "God on the second floor, can you find its existence?" The god on the second floor said, "It has been following you." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 366. Yi Xian's face was a little dark. "Are you sure?" The master on the second floor said lightly, "Turn around and take a look." Yi Xian turned around, but there was nothing behind him. At this time, the voice of the master on the second floor sounded again. "Turn around again." Yi Xian immediately turned around, but there was still nothing. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "Are you messing with me?" As soon as his voice fell, he seemed to feel something. He suddenly turned around, only to see a blood-red little claw coming at him head-on. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly dodged backward. At the same time, a sword suddenly flew out from the sword case behind him and slashed at the little claw. Bang! The little claw trembled violently and retracted. In front of Yi Xian stood a little guy. It was not very big, like a baby, with a sheep horn braid, and its whole body was blood-red. Its appearance was quite ugly, and one could tell at a glance that it was not a good person. "Spirit." The little guy stared at Yi Xian, and its eyes did not hide the greed. Yi Xian frowned and asked in his heart, "What kind of spirit is this?" After a moment of silence, the master on the second floor said, "It should be the legendary blood spirit, condensed from fresh blood, and loves to drink blood. However, logically speaking, this kind of spirit is generally born in places of war. How could it be here?" Blood spirit. Yi Xian looked at the little guy in front of him. At this moment, the little guy suddenly disappeared, and it slapped at Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian was shocked, and did not dare to be careless. His figure flashed, and a sword light slashed straight down. Boom! This sword slashed down, and a figure retreated rapidly. This figure was Yi Xian. Yi Xian retreated to the mountain wall before stopping, and the mountain wall behind him directly collapsed. After stopping, Yi Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. This guy was so strong. At this moment, the spirit's face suddenly looked ferocious. The next moment, it slapped forward, and suddenly, a bloody mist appeared. The bloody mist engulfed Yi Xian, and at that moment, Yi Xian felt dizzy, as if he was going to suffocate. Scram! At this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded from the second floor. The next moment, the blood mist around Yi Xian was directly shattered. At the same time, the spirit had already retreated dozens of feet away. At this moment, it looked around with a solemn face, and there was a hint of fear in its eyes. Yi Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, he almost died. So powerful. Yi Xian's expression became extremely solemn. The voice of God on the second floor suddenly sounded. "Right now, you are only average in this system. What gives you the confidence to look down on a spirit?" Yi Xian was silent. From the green firmament world to the present, He had been improving very quickly, because of special skills, special people, and special treasures. Under such circumstances, with such a speed of growth, it was inevitable that he would become arrogant. For example, just now he did not treat this spirit seriously. Otherwise, he would not have been subdued by it in one move. At this moment, the eyes of the spirit suddenly fell on Yi Xian. It stared at Yi Xian, and suddenly, 2 bloody lights shot out from its eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He opened his right hand, and the space sword instantly condensed. The next moment he suddenly slashed forward. One sword to decide life and death. This sword slashed down. Swoosh. The 2 bloody lights were instantly shattered. At the same time, the spirit retreated again and again. This time, it directly retreated to the mountain wall opposite to Yi Xian. The spirit stared at Yi Xian, and its eyes became somewhat ferocious. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "This guy is not easy to deal with." God on the 2nd floor said, "If you subdue it and seal it in your sword will change qualitatively. At that time, your strength will also change qualitatively." This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Hearing this, Yi Xian was quite tempted. Strength. Now he was eager to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at the evil spirit not far away, and the latter was staring at him. The next moment, one person and one spirit disappeared in place at the same time. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded in the field. And then, a bloody light and sword light shook the surroundings. And the surroundings were a mess. Yi Xian held the long sword in his hand, and pointed it diagonally to the ground. Not far in front of him, there was a sea of blood. At this moment, he could no longer find the true location of the spirit. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and ran. His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the moment when Yi Xian disappeared, a red light shot out and chased after Yi Xian. But when it turned a corner, it suddenly stopped because Yi Xian had disappeared, and even his aura was gone. The spirit scanned its surroundings. Suddenly, a sword appeared above its head without any warning. The sudden sword made the spirit's face change dramatically, and a bloody light shook out of its body. Boom! The bloody light forcibly resisted Yi Xian's sword, but the powerful force contained in the sword forced it to retreat again and again. In the process of its retreat, for flying swords suddenly drilled out of the space around it. The field was quiet. The spirit was nailed by the 4 swords, and it did not dare to move. Yi Xian walked in front of the spirit. The latter looked ferocious, clenched its claws, and the killing intent in its eyes was still not reduced. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Can you speak?" "Damn human beings!" The spirit suddenly roared, and its voice was like thunder, making Yi Xian's eardrums sting. Yi Xian was a little speechless. What do you mean by damn human beings? There are many bad human beings, but there are also many good ones, right? No. At this time, the voice of the god on the 2nd floor suddenly sounded. Human beings are greedy by nature, and they are the greediest creatures in this universe. Yes, Xiao Linger's voice also suddenly sounded. Human beings are the worst. Super bad. Kill human beings. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. He felt that he had offended the public by saying something for human beings. The god on the 2nd floor suddenly said, "In my place, human beings are all dead." Yi Xian frowned. Why? The god on the 2nd floor said, "Because human beings have offended the public, and they have been slaughtered by the joint forces of all races." Yi Xian, "Let me go." At this time, the spirit suddenly roared. Yi Xian suddenly put his sword between the spirit's eyebrows, and the sword went half an inch into it. The spirit suddenly quieted down. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Be my sword spirit voluntarily, and I will let you live." The spirit glared at Yi Xian. No. At this time, Yi Xian's sword suddenly went half an inch deeper, and the spirit's body became stiff. It hurriedly said, "We can negotiate." Hearing this, Yi Xian was immediately amused. This guy is afraid of death. As long as he is afraid of death, Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Are you really willing?" The spirit looked at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Of course. Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't believe you. After that, he asked in his heart, God on the second floor, do you have any ideas? After a moment of silence, the voice of the God on the second floor sounded, Take control of a wisp of his soul, so that he will not dare to betray us again. Yi Xian nodded and then looked at the spirit. I want to control your soul. Hearing this, the spirit's expression suddenly became ferocious. At this time, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. But Yi Xian suddenly said, You don't want to? Then die. The spirit stared at Yi Xian. Damn human, how can I be enslaved by you for life? Do it. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and was about to do it. At this time, the voice of the God on the second floor suddenly sounded. 1 year later, he will give you back your freedom. This time, the voice of the God on the second floor was not transmitted to Yi Xian, so the spirit also heard it. The spirit looked around and then looked at Yi Xian. 1 year? Yi Xian said in a deep voice in his heart. Is 1 year enough? The God on the second floor said quietly. If it is not enough, then you are incompetent. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and then nodded. 1 year it is. Only 1 year. The spirit thought for a moment and gradually calmed down. After a moment it looked at Yi Xian. Then, a wisp of blood suddenly floated in front of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian caught it. The God on the second floor said, Put it in your mind, and you will know what it is thinking. At the critical moment, you can control its life and death. Without hesitation, Yi Xian put the wisp of soul into his mind. Soon, Yi Xian felt that there was more information in his mind. It was the spirit's information, and the spirit's thought at this moment was to kill him. Yi Xian shook his head, and did not argue with this guy. Anyway, now the spirit's life and death were in his hands. Yi Xian was about to leave, but at this moment, the spirit suddenly said, I have stored something below. I want to take it away. Below? Yi Xian looked down and there was no way down. This was the end. The spirit suddenly flew to a place not far to the right of Yi Xian. Its right claw gently pressed forward. Soon the mountain wall was directly separated, and it ran down. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. Soon Yi Xian was stunned. In front of him was a violet genesis crystal the size of a small mountain. A lot of purple source crystals. At least 500,000. And they were all mature. Yi Xian was stunned. The spirit turned to look at Yi Xian. Help me take it away. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, but soon he understood. This guy should not have treasures like a storage ring. Yi Xian said seriously this. Is there a problem? Asked the spirit. Yi Xian hurriedly said. No problem. It's just a small matter. I'll help you take it all away. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he stored all the resource crystals into the prison pagoda. At this moment his face was calm, but his heart was blooming with joy. Just like this, Yi Xian brought the spirit back to the outside of Cliff Mountain. He also found Lu Wen. In front of Lu Wen, Yi Xian quietly sighed. I am useless, I did not find anything. When I return, I will report to the Grand Elder, and ask the Grand Elder to send someone else. Farewell. Then, he turned and disappeared into the sky. Lu Wen. Yi Xian had just returned to Daoyi Academy, and was about to go into seclusion to mold the spirit into the sword when Xiao Ge and the others found him. Xiao Ge looked at Yi Xian with a solemn expression. Nanshan is out of seclusion, and he said that Daoyi Academy will either have him or you. Yi Xian. P.S. A reader told me that he was cuckolded. The reason was that his girlfriend went out to drink with someone, got drunk, and then he said that his girlfriend also regretted it, and now he did not know what to do. To be honest, girls should not go out to drink with people with bad character. There are not many people in this world who are as noble and moral as me. End of this chapter. Chapter 367. Nanshan. Yi Xian nodded. He came looking for me? Xiao Ge shook his head. No. However, since he said this, it means that he really won't rest until one of us dies. Speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. Nanshan has a lot of connections in the inner court. You have to be prepared. Yi Xian smiled. I know. You can leave first. Remember to inform me immediately if there is any news. Xiao Ge nodded, then turned and left. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." Xiao Ge stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "Stand guard for me. I'm cultivating in seclusion. Don't let anyone in." Xiao Ge glanced at Yi Xian. "If I can beat them, I won't let a single one in. If I can't beat them, I can't do anything." Yi Xian smiled. "All right." Xiao Ge nodded, then turned and left the wooden house. After Xiao Ge left, Yi Xian entered the prison pagoda. Inside the pagoda, the spirit was currently revolving around Xiao Linger, while Xiao Linger was planting her spirit fruits. Up until now, there were more and more spirit fruits in the prison pagoda, and they were all top-grade spirit fruits worth a lot. If he sold them, he would definitely get a lot of purple source crystals. Seeing Yi Xian, Xiao Linger was a little wary. "Mine." Yi Xian smiled. "Yours, it's all yours." Xiao Linger nodded. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's also yours." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This little girl was rarely generous. At this time, a spirit not far away reached out its claws to grab a spirit fruit. Seeing this, little Ling Er's face changed, and she slapped the spirit fruit in front of her. Bang! The spirit was directly slapped away, finally slamming heavily into a nearby wall. The corners of Yi Xian's eyes twitched at the sight of this. Lil Linger's strength was really freakish. He had fought with spirits before and knew how powerful they were. However, the spirit was sent flying by Xiao Linger with a single slap. Fortunately, this Xiao Linger doesn't know that I can fight very well. Not far away, the spirit looked at Xiao Linger, his eyes full of fear. Xiao Linger ignored the spirit and continued to water her spirit fruits. At this moment, Yi Xian handed a one spirit fruit to the spirit. The spirit looked at Yi Xian with a hint of fear in its eyes. Right now, it could be said that its life was in the hands of Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. 1 year later, I'll return you your freedom. I mean it, but before that, you have to cooperate with me." The dark spirit took a look at Yi Xian, and then took the spiritual fruit. Yi Xian smiled, then looked up at the second floor. "Second floor guru, how do I put it into my sword?" After a while, the second floor guru said, "Pick a sword." "Pick a sword." Hearing this, Yi Xian was suddenly in a dilemma. He had a lot of swords now, including a few heaven-grade swords. Of course, his favorite was still the Spirit Elegant sword. Unfortunately, the grade of the Spirit Elegant sword was too low. If he used it against an enemy now, it might be destroyed instantly. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. In the end, he chose the Dark Azure sword. This flying sword was specially made by War Iron for him. It was a flying sword that was used to control and kill enemies. If this spirit became the spirit of the Dark Azure sword, then his flying sword would become even more terrifying. Next, with the help of the second floor guru, Yi Xian began to put the spirit into the sword. Although the spirit was reluctant, it did not refuse. Fortunately, a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. Purple Flame Pagoda. The Purple Flame Pagoda had a total of 6 floors. Ordinary inner yard students could only cultivate on the upper 3 floors. They could not go down to the lower 3 floors. The Purple Flame Pagoda was huge. The space on each floor was equivalent to a small city. On the south side of the 3rd floor, in a stone cave, a man sat on a stone platform. He was about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a black robe and had shoulder-length hair. This person was one of the inner yard's 4 geniuses, Nan Shan. In front of Nan Shan were Bai Ling, Qin Feng, and the others. Bai Ling said in a low voice, "Nan Shan, Yi Xian is not to be underestimated." Nan Shan opened his eyes. Of course. According to the report from the Realm Defense Alliance in the Azure world, he was already a sword immortal in the Azure world. By now, he should be even more powerful. As he said this, he looked at Bai Ling and Qin Feng. "I only asked you to find out more about him, but you didn't know how to restrain yourselves, especially Xiao Qian." Bai Ling smiled bitterly. At first, they only wanted to find out more about Yi Xian. However, they did not expect Yi Xian to not be easy to deal with. Moreover, they did not expect Yi Xian to be so powerful. Nan Shan suddenly said, "He killed Xiao Qian. Did the academy really not punish him?" Bai Ling shook her head. "No. It must be because of his strength and talent." Nan Shan chuckled. "Indeed. No one would offend a living genius for the sake of a dead person. Moreover, in the academy, whoever is more talented will be favored by the old guys. However, this time, I want to see if they will choose Yi Xian or me. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The person who had come was the Genesis Master. The Genesis Master glanced at everyone before looking at Nan Shan. You want to find Yi Xian for revenge? Nan Shan smiled. Genesis Master, everyone in the inner courtyard doesn't know that Xiao Qian is my man. Now that he has died at the hands of Yi Xian, if I don't get justice for him, how can I stay in the inner courtyard in the future? The Genesis Master shook his head. The higher-ups want this matter to end here. Nan Shan smiled. Impossible. The Genesis Master looked at Nan Shan without saying anything. At this moment, Nan Shan suddenly stood up. The moment he stood up, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. At the same time, the surrounding space trembled and instantly cracked like a spider web. At the same time, a mysterious power suddenly gathered in Nan Shan's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the Genesis Master was stunned. He said with some disbelief, Origin Realm? Above the void-piercing realm was the Origin Realm. In order to reach the Origin Realm, it meant that one had to grasp the origin force of the world. There were various kinds of spiritual energy in the world. Spiritual energy was one, dark energy was another, and origin force was another. Origin force was stronger than spiritual energy and dark energy. Therefore, grasping origin force meant that one had reached the origin realm. The Genesis Master's expression was currently solemn. Nan Shan was only 22 years old. A 22-year-old origin realm cultivator. This kind of talent could only be described as terrifying. Nan Shan smiled. Qin Feng, help me issue a challenge. Just say that in 3 days, I, Nan Shan, will fight Yi Xian on the pillar of life and death. In this inner courtyard, if he exists, then I will not. Qin Feng said excitedly. All right, I'll go right now. With that, he turned around and disappeared like he was flying. The Genesis Master glanced at Nan Shan, sighed and turned around to leave. In the square, Nan Shan slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know the exact details of the Realm Defense Alliance's destruction, because everyone who was there that day was dead. The only people alive were Yi Xian, and a few people from Pale Sword Sect. However, it was impossible for these people to tell him the truth about that day. However, he knew one thing about Dao Yi, and that was that he knew that the Realm Defense Alliance's destruction was related to Yi Xian. There were even rumors that the Pale Sword Sect's master was not dead. No matter what, Yi Xian was a member of Pale Sword Sect. He deserved to die. The news of Nan Shan's challenge quickly spread throughout the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. Within Dao Yi's hall, the Grand Elder sat at the side. In front of him was the Genesis Master and 2 teachers. The Genesis Master said in a low voice, Whoever dies will be a loss to our Dao Yi Academy. The Grand Elder looked at the Genesis Master. Has he really reached the origin realm? The Genesis Master nodded. Absolutely. The Grand Elder was silent for a moment, then said, We can't stop it. Both of them are proud people. The more we stop them, the bigger the problem will be. The Genesis Master frowned. Then let them fight to the death? The Grand Elder said indifferently. If you don't let them fight to the death, will they give up? The Genesis Master fell silent. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, These 2 people are like fire and water. Even if we suppress them now, in the future when they fully mature, it won't just be a fight between the 2 of them. At that time, it will become an internal conflict of our Dao Yi Academy. Thus, if we can't mediate, we can only keep one of them alive. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This was just like the imperial family. If 2 princes were extremely outstanding, the only thing the emperor could do was to keep one of them alive and eliminate the other. If he wasn't eliminated, there would be internal strife. The current battle between Nan Shan and Yi Xian was only in the inner courtyard. But if they fully matured, it would no longer be an inner courtyard battle, but an internal strife. Especially Yi Xian. This fellow was not easy to deal with. If he wanted to act recklessly, they would be worried. At this moment, the Grand Elder suddenly said, If they want to fight, then let them fight. It will also let us see who is more outstanding between the two of them. Of course, there's no need to fight to the death. Victory and defeat are enough. Whoever loses will have to lower their heads and submit. The Genesis Master wanted to say something but stopped. The Grand Elder glanced at him. What do you want to say? The Genesis Master said in a low voice. A 22-year-old Origin Realm cultivator is rare. The Grand Elder said indifferently. Isn't a sword immortal less than 20 years old rare? Like I said, I'll let the two of them fight, and whoever loses will lower their heads and submit. The Genesis Master thought about it and nodded. That's the only way. After everyone left, only the Grand Elder was left in the Daoi Hall. The Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the scene that he saw outside Daoi City reappeared, that sword. Even now, he still had lingering fear when he thought of that sword. Qin Feng came to the front of Yi Xian's wooden house. He waved his right hand, and a letter of challenge floated in front of Xiao Ge. Tell Yi Xian that in 3 days, Nan Shan will fight him on the life and death pillar. With that, he turned and left. Xiao Ge put away the letter of challenge. He glanced at the wooden house, but did not enter. This was because Yi Xian had said that without his permission, no one could enter. Wait. 2 days later, in the prison tower, Yi Xian spent a lot of effort, and finally injected the variant spirit into the dark sword. The moment the variant spirit entered the dark sword, it instantly turned blood red. At the same time, a sword hum suddenly resounded through the entire prison tower. Then, the dark sword suddenly rushed into the sky, as if it wanted to destroy the prison tower. It was not as if it wanted to destroy the tower. Within the dark sword, countless blood-red sword lights rippled out in all directions, wanting to destroy everything around it. Not far away, Yi Xian's face darkened. I advise you to keep a low profile. However, the dark sword did not care at all. However, its sword chi could not shake the prison tower at all. As such, it flew outside and towards the 3 swords at the top of the tower. As it flew, sword hum continuously rippled out from the sword provocation. It was provoking the 3 swords at the top of the tower. Chapter 368. Arrogant. That was Yi Xian's first thought. The dark sword had become extremely arrogant. The dark sword was no longer in heaven tier, but he did not know what grade it was. Of course, he was sure that the sword had undergone a tremendous change. However, no matter how powerful it had become, it could not be more powerful than the 3 swords at the top of the tower. The sword had just reached the 3 swords when buzz! The sword at the top of the tower suddenly trembled. Boom! The dark sword instantly fell from the top of the tower, and landed on the ground. The dark sword kept trembling. At the same time, there was an anguished wail. It was the voice of the variant spirit. Not far away, Xiaolinga looked coldly at the dark sword. Is it bad to be alive? As she spoke, she glanced at the top of the tower, and continued to get her spirit fruit. She was also afraid of the 3 swords. However, she was smart, and would not provoke them on purpose. Yi Xian walked to the dark sword and shook his head. Is it bad to be low-key? The dark sword trembled and floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Being weak now doesn't mean you'll be weak in the future. Know your shame, and you'll be brave. Do you understand? The dark sword trembled, as if it was replying to something. Yi Xian smiled. He gently stroked the dark sword and said softly, Second floor master. What's the grade of this sword now? After a moment of silence, the second floor master said, Above heaven tier is transcending mortality and entering holiness. To put it simply, only treasures with their own spirit can be called holiness. The sword in your hand is not an ordinary holiness, because its spirit is very special. It's a variant spirit. Ordinary holiness cannot compare to it. Yi Xian nodded, and looked at the sword in his hand. He had to admit that the difference between this sword and the previous dark sword was like heaven and earth. There was a qualitative change. Ordinary void-piercing realm cultivators were no threat to him at all. It could be said that with this sword, he could now easily kill a void-piercing realm. It should be known that this spirit itself could easily kill the void-piercing realm. Now together with him, the two united. Even if he encountered a powerhouse at the level of the Great Elder, he also had the power to fight. A moment later, Yi Xian left the World Prison Pagoda. Just as he stepped out of the bamboo house, Xiao Ge handed the written challenge letter to him. Yi Xian was taken aback. "This is," Xiao Ge said. "Nanshan gave you a letter of challenge. Tomorrow, you will have to fight at the Pillar of Life and Death. A declaration of war." Yi Xian nodded and accepted the letter of challenge. "Is there any news on the two people I asked you to look into?" Xiao Ge nodded. After Lanxiao and Yi Ling entered the inner academy, the two of them disappeared from everyone's line of sight. The two of them weren't on the third level. According to my guess, if the two of them weren't on the second level, they would have left the academy and gone out to gain experience. "The second level?" Yi Xian asked. Xiao Ge nodded. "The second level is better than the third level. However, the inner academy students can't go up. Even the four great monsters can't go up. Only those special students and some students who have made great contributions can go up." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Special students? What kind of students are special?" Xiao Ge said in a low voice. "People like Yi Ling are special students." When she entered, she wasn't even 14 years old, but she had already reached the void-piercing realm. People like her are gifted and can be considered special students. Yi Xian asked, "People like Yi Ling, are they more monstrous than the four great monsters?" Xiao Ge smiled bitterly. "You can't say that. I can only say that the two types of monsters are fundamentally different. In any case, I personally feel that people like Yi Ling are abnormal, because this is not something an ordinary person can do. However, even the four great geniuses wouldn't dare to provoke Yi Ling, because she's too special. Not only that, the headmaster even personally came out of his seclusion to receive her, and took her in as his personal disciple." Yi Xian smiled. He was also very shocked by his little sister's talent. However, it was still fine, because the mysterious woman had said that Yi Ling was special, and this specialness didn't have too many disadvantages. Xiao Ge looked at Yi Xian. "Are you confident in the battle with Nanshan?" Yi Xian smiled. "I will do my best." Xiao Ge nodded slightly. "Nanshan can become one of the four great monsters. His strength is naturally unquestionable. You shouldn't underestimate him." Yi Xian smiled. "Good." Xiao Ge nodded, and then retreated. After Xiao Ge left, Yi Xian looked up at the horizon. He still had one thing to do, and that was to reconstruct Yu Qi's body. Naturally, he had not forgotten about this matter. However, because of the Prison Pagoda, he had not dared to ask the higher-ups of Dao Yi Academy for help. However, he knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian turned around and returned to the wooden hut, then entered the Prison Pagoda. He wanted to familiarize himself with this new dark sword. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the third day. The life and death pillar. Where there were people, there would naturally be conflicts. In Dao Yi Academy, if there was a conflict that could not be mediated, then the students could go to the life and death pillar. However, under normal circumstances, it would not escalate to this extent, because the academy would intervene. However, now the matter between Yi Xian and Nanshan could no longer be interfered with by the academy. Even if they were to forcefully intervene, it would only cause trouble in the future. Therefore, the academy chose to let it go. Some people had already gathered around the life and death pillar. These people were naturally here to watch the life and death duel between Yi Xian and Nanshan. On the life and death pillar, Nanshan stood quietly. His eyes were slightly closed, and his expression was calm. Not far away from him were Bai Ling and the others. On the other side, in a place that everyone couldn't see, there was a group of people watching. This group was the Grand Elder and the others. Wait, they were all waiting for Yi Xian to appear. Yi Xian didn't play any tricks, and quickly appeared on the life and death pillar. As soon as Yi Xian appeared, Nanshan opened his eyes and sized up Yi Xian. How exactly was my realm protection alliance destroyed? Yi Xian smiled. Why don't you guess? Nanshan stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Is the firmament sword master really still alive? Yi Xian said with a smile. Guess again. The corners of Nanshan's mouth twitched. The intelligence didn't say that Yi Xian was so despicable. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Nanshan, the Realm Protection Alliance has been destroyed. The enmity between me and the Realm Protection Alliance is over. It's over. Nanshan suddenly smiled. I don't think it's over. I will return to the firmament world. The Realm Protection Alliance won't disappear just like that. Before that, I will destroy you and the Firmament Sword sect. Yi Xian nodded. Ambitious. Then come. The corners of Nanshan's mouth twitched. In the next moment he took a step forward. The entire life and death pillar shook violently, and a shadow charged at Yi Xian. This shadow was Nanshan. It was so fast that many people couldn't react. The moment Nanshan disappeared, a sword light suddenly flashed on the life and death pillar. Boom! Before everyone could react, the two people on the life and death pillar retreated rapidly. Soon, the two of them stopped at the same time. Nanshan looked at Yi Xian with a smile. As expected of a sword immortal. Come, let's continue. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand. In the next moment, the space around him cracked open, and then countless strands of dark matter energy converged towards his palm like a tide. In next to no time, the life and death pillar trembled violently. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. The corners of Nanshan's mouth twitched. Come, take my palm. As soon as he spoke, he took a step forward and pressed his right hand forward lightly. Crack! Everyone watched as a huge crack appeared in the space in front of Yi Xian and Nanshan. In next to no time, a strand of powerful dark matter energy swept out from the crack and attacked Yi Xian. On the other side, the Grand Elder and the others were slightly surprised when they saw this. The Grand Elder said softly, to be able to use the ability of the void-piercing realm to such an extent, rare. As he spoke, his gaze descended onto Yi Xian. He was quite curious about how Yi Xian would resist this attack. Under the gazes of countless people, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward, and then he stabbed with his sword. A strand of powerful light surged out from the tip of his sword. Bang! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded. The space on the life and death pillar trembled violently, while countless strands of light and dark matter energy surged madly towards the surroundings. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated in succession. Right at this moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded from the life and death pillar. But it didn't take long for a figure to retreat repeatedly, and he'd retreated to the edge of the life and death pillar. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the heaven-rank sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword had split apart completely, and it had transformed into countless pieces that had fallen to the ground. The sword had been destroyed. The expressions of Xiao Guo and the others instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. On the life and death pillar, Yi Xian smiled. The sword had been destroyed, but his sword heart hadn't. Since he'd left the firmament dimension, he'd practically instantly annihilated everyone in the younger generation. At this moment, Nanshan had told him that he, Yi Xian, wasn't invincible amongst the younger generation. Besides him, Yi Xian, there were numerous other geniuses in this world. Nanshan gazed at Yi Xian while he slowly clenched his right hand, and a solemn expression could be seen in his eyes. He hadn't underestimated Yi Xian since the beginning, and Yi Xian's strength was much stronger than he'd imagined. After a moment of silence, Nanshan walked towards Yi Xian. Every single step he took caused his aura to grow slightly stronger. When he arrived just a few meters away from Yi Xian, his aura had far surpassed the void destruction realm, and his aura suddenly rose explosively when he took the final step. Bang! The entire life and death pillar split apart, and a powerful presence surged into the surroundings like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding space began to ripple violently like boiling water. It was an extremely shocking sight. Origin Realm. Countless people in the surroundings were instantly stunned when they witnessed this scene. Nanshan looked at Yi Xian from the life and death pillar and said calmly, "What are you going to use to fight me?" P.S. Please. Chapter 369. The surroundings were completely silent. Many people had not expected Nanshan to have reached the origin realm. It should be pointed out that in the Dao Yi Academy, some of the instructors were only at the origin realm, and the instructors of the outer court were only at the void-piercing realm. Yet Nanshan had reached the origin realm at such a young age. It had to be said that his talent could only be described as terrifying. Soon, everyone turned to look at Yi Xian. Nanshan had already revealed his trump card. What about Yi Xian's? On the life and death pillar, Yi Xian smiled. You've already revealed your trump card. What, you don't want to waste time? Nanshan smiled. Indeed, I don't want to waste time. Yi Xian, after I deal with you, I will return to the firmament world and form the Realm Defense Alliance. At that time, I will completely destroy the Firmament Sword sect. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. With that, he raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Crack. The space where his fist was clenched directly cracked. Nanshan's expression became a little ferocious. He flashed forward and directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Then, he threw a punch at Yi Xian. As soon as the punch was thrown, the life and death pillar beneath their feet instantly cracked. At the same time, the space around Yi Xian also cracked. Strands of dark matter energy seeped out from the spatial cracks around Yi Xian and swallowed towards Yi Xian. The power of a single punch was terrifying. In front of Nanshan, Yi Xian opened his right hand. The space around him trembled slightly. Then, a spatial sword instantly condensed. At the same time, the spatial cracks around Yi Xian were instantly repaired. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Grand Elder and the rest changed. This is... The Origin Master stared at Yi Xian. How can he repair space? Impossible. The Grand Elder also stared at Yi Xian. No one knew what he was thinking. After the spatial sword condensed, the two sword intents suddenly surged into the spatial sword. The next moment, Yi Xian stabbed out. One sword to determine life and death. When the sword stabbed out, boom! In front of everyone's eyes, the life and death pillar at the foot of Yi Xian and Nanshan, which had already been broken into pieces, instantly turned into dust. At the same time, the two of them frantically retreated. While Yi Xian was retreating, 5 flying swords suddenly flew out from the sword box behind him. Like 5 lightning bolts, they instantly appeared in front of Nanshan. Nanshan's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the 5 flying swords. He suddenly slapped his hands behind him, and the powerful force caused him to forcefully stop. Subsequently, he pressed his hands together, stomped his right foot down, and spread his hands apart. Defend! With that, a black round shield appeared in front of him. Bam bam bam. Yi Xian's 5 flying swords were forcibly blocked by this round shield. But in the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a sword slashed straight at him. Boom! The round shield instantly shattered, and Nanshan retreated rapidly. However, before he could take a few steps back, several swords suddenly flashed out from the space around him. Instant space sword. Seeing this scene, Nanshan's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back, and he slapped his hands towards his waist. Zhang destruction. Boom! The space within Nanshan's Zhang collapsed in an instant, and everything shattered along with Yi Xian's swords. Soon, the space returned to normal, and at this moment, Nanshan's face was incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. But Yi Xian had already appeared in front of him. Just at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Nanshan. Great Elder. Yi Xian stopped and smiled slightly. Great Elder, what do you mean by this? The Great Elder said softly. You win. Yi Xian said with a smile. He said that I won't be there if he dies, and he dies if I die. The Great Elder looked at Yi Xian. Give the old man some face and spare his life, how about it? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, he will take revenge on me in the future. The Great Elder said, he won't. If he dares to act against you, then the old man will definitely take his life. As soon as he finished speaking, he just looked at Yi Xian and waited for Yi Xian's answer. Yi Xian smiled. I will definitely give face to the Great Elder. However, his spatial rings belong to me. The Great Elder turned to look at Nanshan. Nanshan fell silent for a moment before he tapped with his finger, and the 2 spatial rings on him flew over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he saw this. This fellow is quite sensible. He actually didn't resist at all. He didn't think too much about it, and he glanced at the 2 spatial rings. There were over 300,000 violet origin crystals within them. Besides that, there were 9 heaven-ranked treasures, and some miscellaneous items. Yi Xian put the spatial rings away, and then he looked at the Great Elder and smiled. Great Elder, I'll be leaving first. The Great Elder hesitated for a moment, and then he tapped with his finger, and a spatial ring fell in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it, and there were 2 high-grade heaven-ranked swords within it. Yi Xian was stunned. The Great Elder said, "The old man doesn't use swords, so these swords should be of some use to you." Yi Xian knew that the Great Elder had done this because he had let Nanshan go. He didn't stand on ceremony, and he picked up the swords with a smile. "Thank you, Great Elder." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Nearby, Xiao Ge Li Chuan and the others hurriedly rushed over. Yi Xian smiled. "Come on, let's go celebrate." Xiao Ge and the others laughed, and it didn't take long for Yi Xian and the others to vanish into the distance. On the other hand, Bai Ling and the others behind Nanshan had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. The Great Elder turned to look at Nanshan, who had remained silent. "Are you unwilling?" Nanshan didn't speak. The Great Elder said softly, "You have just reached the origin realm, and you haven't even grasped the slightest bit of source power. And your most lethal move was the last Zhang annihilation you used to protect yourself. It's just that you didn't expect that you would be forced to use this trump card to protect yourself." Nanshan said softly, "I'm a little unwilling." The Great Elder shook his head. "Look at him from another angle. Maybe you'll be willing. That sword skill of his is no weaker than your Zhang annihilation, and his sword is very strange. In the last move that defeated you, he was able to silently integrate those swords into the space, and then use the power of space to activate these swords. It can be said that his use of the power of space is even stronger than some void-piercing realm powerhouses." As he spoke, he looked at Nanshan. "Other than that, he didn't use his trump card, right?" Hearing this, Nanshan's expression suddenly changed slightly. Did Yi Xian use his full strength? If he asked himself, he shouldn't have. The Great Elder said again, "Nanshan, within 3 years, you can't find trouble with him. If you do, the old man will take your life, and after 3 years it may be 2 extremes. Either you don't find trouble with him, or you don't dare to find trouble with him. And before that, you can't find him without permission." As he finished speaking, he turned and left. In the same place, Nanshan was silent, and next to him, Source also walked over. He whispered, "If you truly control Source power, you may be able to defeat him, but before that you still can't. This person's sword skills, even I have to be careful. If you find him privately, you will die without a doubt." As he finished speaking, he turned and left. After a moment of silence, Nanshan turned and left. Inside Yi Xian's house, Yi Xian, Li Chuan, and Guqiu sat around the table. During the meal, Xiao Ge sighed. The Great Elder suddenly intervened. "It's really unfair." Yi Xian smiled slightly, not saying anything. Xiao Ge looked at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, you're not angry?" Yi Xian smiled. "Angry about what?" Xiao Ge said in a low voice. "Endless trouble." Yi Xian smiled. "If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him a second time." Actually, he also wanted to kill Nanshan, to eliminate any future troubles. But, he was very clear. If he really did that, it was equivalent to slapping the Great Elder's face in front of everyone. And if he really did not give the Great Elder any face, and wanted to kill Nanshan, the Great Elder would definitely intervene. At that time, his situation would become terrible. On the contrary, if he let Nanshan live, he would obtain many benefits. And as for this future trouble, as he said, if Yi Xian was strong enough, he could kill Nanshan once. He could kill him 100 times, 1,000 times. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. "To the Purple Flame Pagoda." "Purple Flame Pagoda?" Xiao Ge and the others looked at Yi Xian. "For what?" "Cultivation." Yi Xian smiled. "To take over Nanshan's territory from now on, Nanshan's territory is ours." Hearing this, everyone was stunned then overjoyed. It should be known that Nanshan occupied a better area in the third floor. If they could get Nanshan's territory, then they would be able to cultivate better in the future. Soon, Yi Xian led everyone to the Purple Flame Pagoda. After entering the Purple Flame Pagoda, Yi Xian immediately felt an abundant spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was a little hot, a little overbearing. Yi Xian brought Xiao Ge and the others to Nanshan's territory, but at this moment, Nanshan was no longer there. When Bai Ling and the others saw Yi Xian and the others, their faces changed. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Guys, this place is mine now." Bai Ling and the others' faces were a little ugly, but no one dared to resist. Soon, Bai Ling and the others turned and left. At this time Xiao Ge smiled. "If I can cultivate here every day at most 3 years, I can also reach the origin realm." Confidence. Xiao Ji's words were full of confidence. Yi Xian glanced at the people around him. These were all geniuses. Their future achievements will certainly not be low. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. He turned to look at Xiao Ge. "Brother Xiao, how many inner court students do you know?" Xiao Ge looked at Yi Xian. "You want to gather these people?" Yi Xian nodded. "Can I?" Xiao Ge thought for a moment then nodded. "Of course you can. Because every once in a while, the academy will give us a mission. And at that time, if we have more people, it will be very advantageous. Moreover, in this inner court, we will not be bullied by others with more people." Yi Xian said with a smile. "This area should be able to accommodate a lot of people. Help me contact people. See if there is anyone who is willing to join us. Of course, those with bad moral character will not be accepted." Xiao Ge said with a smile. "Okay." Saying this, he seemed to think of something and asked, "Since you want to form a group, then think of a name." Yi Xian thought for a moment then said, "Let's call it Xiao Men. In this world, only I am outstanding." Chapter 370. Xiao Men. In fact, it could be said that Yi Xian had founded the Xiao Men on a whim. After seeing Xiao Ge and the others around him, Yi Xian knew that they were different from the students of Dao Yi Academy. It was difficult for the students of Dao Yi Academy to keep up with his pace. But Xiao Ge and the others were different. These people were truly monstrous. Their future achievements might not be lower than Yi Xian's. There was definitely no harm in making more friends in the outside world. Yi Xian now controlled Nanshan's territory. Coupled with the fact that he had defeated Nanshan, his reputation in the inner courtyard could be said to be very high. In the inner courtyard, if these geniuses wanted to follow you willingly, they had to meet 2 criteria. The first was strength, and the second was benefits. Yi Xian met both criteria, so Xiao Ge pulled in a few more people. Now, Yi Xian's Xiao Men had a total of 9 members. The weakest was at the void-piercing realm. No, except for Yi Xian. In the stone cave, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Around him was extremely dense purple fire energy. This energy was indeed much better than ordinary spiritual energy. At this moment, he also knew why so many people wanted to enter the inner courtyard of Dao Yi Academy. Because cultivating in here was indeed several times faster than cultivating in the outside world. This also made Yi Xian want to break through to the void-piercing realm. His previous battle with Nanshan had been very taxing for him. If he had not used the Sword of Space, he would not have been able to defeat Nanshan at all. An expert at Nanshan's realm could easily destroy his heaven-grade sword. Moreover, Nanshan had clearly just reached the origin realm. Otherwise, even if he used the Sword of Space, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. The difference in realm. His biggest problem now was that his realm was too low. To break through to the void-piercing realm, just the energy in the Purple Flame Pagoda was not enough. He still needed swords. Moreover, they needed heaven-grade swords, and the number could not be small. Yi Xian checked his current financial situation. He now had a total of 9 heaven-grade swords and about 1.6 million purple source crystals. A high-grade heaven-tier sword was worth around 30,000 purple origin crystals. In other words, with his current wealth, he could buy dozens of swords. But his intuition told him that it might not be enough. As his realm increased, his demand for swords became higher and higher. both in terms of quantity and quality. This made him very distressed. Now, every time he broke through, it meant that he needed a huge amount of wealth. Poor. At the thought of breaking through to the void-piercing realm, Yi Xian felt extremely poor. Make money. He had to make money. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian found Xiao Gu and asked, "You told me before that there are purple fire crystals in this purple fire pagoda?" Xiao Gu nodded. Under the violet flame pagoda, there is a passage called the Violet Flame Path. In the depths of the Violet Flame Path, there are violet fire crystals, but it is very dangerous. Dangerous? Yi Xian asked, "How dangerous?" Xiao Gu said in a deep voice, "There is fire poison in the purple flame path. The deeper you go, the stronger the fire poison. This fire poison is too overbearing. Even people like us can only last for a quarter of an hour." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are these violet fire crystals very precious?" Xiao Gu smiled bitterly, "Very precious. If it is exchanged for violet origin crystals, it can be said that one violet fire crystal can be exchanged for 100 violet origin crystals. This is because the violet fire crystal contains a lot of energy, several times that of ordinary violet origin crystals." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I want to go to the violet flame path." Xiao Gu was taken aback. "You want violet fire crystals?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm a little tight on money." "This chapter is not over, please turn the page," Xiao Gu said in a deep voice. "That place is really dangerous. Even the Great Elder and the others cannot infiltrate." Yi Xian smiled. "Don't worry, if I can't hold on, I will retreat. I will not risk my life." Xiao Gu nodded. "Then be careful." Yi Xian nodded slightly, then followed Xiao Gu to the Violet Flame Path. After arriving at the entrance of the Violet Flame Path, Xiao Gu turned and left. Yi Xian glanced at the Violet Flame Path, which was bright red and bottomless. Yi Xian was a little hesitant, because he felt a heat wave at the entrance, and there was a trace of something else in this heat wave that made him very uncomfortable. He knew that this should be the fire poison. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian walked in. At the same time, his sword intent began to spread out, which began to protect his surroundings. With this sword intent, the fire poison was immediately blocked. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was delighted. His sword intent could really block the fire poison. Yi Xian quickened his pace. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Xian's expression gradually turned serious, because he found that the fire poison was getting stronger and stronger as he went down. It was so strong that his sword intent was almost unable to withstand it. However, he could still persevere. Yi Xian continued to walk down, and soon, he found some violet fire crystals in the surrounding passageways. These violet fire crystals were the size of a fist, completely red, as if there were flames burning, and contained an extremely pure energy. Unfortunately, there were not many of them. Only a dozen or so. Too few. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Yi Xian put it away, and continued to walk down the violet flame path, as if there was no end. After another hour, Yi Xian stopped because at this moment, the sword intent around him had actually begun to corrode. "I can't continue." He really wanted to continue because the deeper he went, the more violet fire crystals there were. Until now, he had already obtained nearly 1,000 violet fire crystals. However, he was very clear that he couldn't continue because if he did, the fire poison would enter his body, and then he would be in big trouble. Fire poison? Yi Xian suddenly froze. Fire poison? Didn't he have the chaotic energy? At this moment, Yi Xian thought of the chaotic energy. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment on the spot, and then he opened his palm. A strand of chaotic energy appeared at the center of his palm. As soon as this strand of chaotic energy appeared, the fire poison around him actually retreated swiftly, and it wasn't long before all the fire poison around him had vanished. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he saw this. The chaotic energy was really the bane of the poison. With the chaotic energy, Yi Xian no longer had any worries and continued to walk down. This time, he sped up, and at the same time, he removed the violet fire crystals on the walls on both sides of the violet flame path. "I've made a killing," Yi Xian's speed grew faster and faster. Around 2 hours later, he had already collected over 3,000 violet fire crystals, which was equivalent to 300,000 violet Genesis crystals. The further down he went, the more violet fire crystals there were. Therefore, Yi Xian continued to walk down. Around half an hour later, Yi Xian, who was collecting violet fire crystals, suddenly stopped. He lifted his head and saw a man in white standing nearby. The man was around 20 years old and wore a white robe. At his waist was a sheathed saber. The man in white held the saber hilt in his left hand as he stood there silently. Yi Xian noticed that the man in white was resisting the fire poison. Saber gleam. There was a thin barrier around the man in white. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. The thin saber gleam was blocking the fire poison in the surroundings. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. The man was using the fire poison to cultivate. Most importantly, the man was able to rely on the saber gleam to reach this point. How powerful! At this moment, the man in white suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly taken aback, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are? Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. The man in white shook his head. Never heard of you. Yi Xian smiled. I just entered the inner court. The man in white nodded slightly and looked at Yi Xian. How did you get here? Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword appeared in it. Swordsman? The man in white asked. Yi Xian nodded. Swordsman. After saying that, he continued to walk forward in a very relaxed manner. Chapter 371. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian felt as if his head was filled with lead, extremely heavy. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly sat up. At this moment, he was in a pool of magma, and there was a thin blue light around him. It was this blue light that blocked the magma around him. The god on the second floor had made a move. At this moment, the voice of the god on the second floor suddenly sounded. Be careful, this place is not simple. Yi Xian asked. Where is this? The god on the second floor said. There is an unknown existence in the depths of this purple flame pagoda. Be careful. Unknown existence. Yi Xian frowned slightly and was about to speak, but at this moment, there was a sudden tremor not far from him. Hide, the god on the second floor suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly used the chaotic qi to hide himself. Soon, Yi Xian saw the two men on fire not far away from him. The two men on fire glanced around and found nothing. Soon, the two men on fire turned around and left. Yi Xian said in a low voice. What is that? The god on the second floor said. Fire spirit man, a spiritual creature born from magma. It can only survive in magma. Yi Xian glanced into the distance. He thought about it and finally decided not to continue forward. Although he wanted to take a look, his intuition told him that it was very dangerous ahead. It was better not to go. Curiosity killed people. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Go over. It was not the voice of the god on the second floor. It was the voice of the mysterious person on the fourth floor. Why? Yi Xian asked. The mysterious person said, Dao Law. Dao Law. Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that there were only two ways for those imprisoned in the pagoda to come out. The first was to shatter the seal, and the second was to find the Dao Law and unlock the seal. The mysterious person on the fourth floor had always hoped that he would die. That way, she would be able to come out directly if the prison pagoda collapsed. Now, she obviously wanted to take the second path. Yi Xian shook his head. It's dangerous. The mysterious man said indifferently. If you go, I'll help you condense the second Dao Law sword. Yi Xian said solemnly. I can look for Guru on the second floor. The mysterious person said. Although she can, she is at a critical moment right now. She won't ruin her plan for you. Yi Xian was silent. The mysterious man continued. Other than that, I can also help your master reconstruct his physical body. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little tempted. Reconstruct Yu Qi's body. Meanwhile, the mysterious man continued. It'll be beneficial to you if you find the Dao laws. Of course, you can forget about it if you're really unwilling. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I don't dare guarantee that I'll definitely be able to obtain the 4th level of the Tao laws. The mysterious person said, if you try your best, even if you can't get it now, I will still fulfill the conditions I promised you. Yi Xian nodded. All right, I'll try my best. After that, he slowly snuck into the distance. Yi Xian was extremely vigilant towards this unknown place, especially since there were Tao laws here. According to his past experience, places with Tao laws weren't good places. As he walked, Yi Xian was suddenly stunned because he noticed that there were numerous violet fire crystals in the magma. These violet fire crystals were huge, and the energy they contained was extremely shocking. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly put the violet fire crystals away. Just like that, it didn't take long for him to collect nearly 10,000 violet origin crystals. If they were converted into violet origin crystals, it would be 1 million. Not long after, Yi Xian suddenly stopped because he saw a city in the magma not far away. A city that was situated in the magma. Yi Xian snuck over silently and arrived before the city gate. There were 3 words above the gate: Skyfire City. Skyfire City? Yi Xian was silent for a while before he entered the city. The city was very deserted, with only occasional flaming figures floating around. Yi Xian cautiously moved forward. Soon, he arrived in front of a palace. In front of the palace, there were 2 flaming figures quietly guarding it. The strength of these 2 flaming figures was at the void-piercing realm. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he quietly snuck into the palace. The palace was empty, very spacious. Yi Xian looked not far away and saw a woman sitting there. The woman was about 16 or 17 years old and wore a dress that seemed to be condensed from flames. She sat there quietly with her eyes closed, and there was not the slightest bit of aura coming from her. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xian found that the woman was very beautiful. She had curved eyebrows, exquisite facial features, and a tall jade nose. The beauty of the woman in front of him did not lose to any woman he had seen before. Yi Xian walked in front of the woman. The woman's hair seemed to be condensed from flames and was very breathtaking. Yi Xian said in a low voice in his heart, "The guy on the 4th floor. The Tao law is on her." The mysterious man on the 4th floor suddenly said. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, "It's with her." The mysterious man said, "Kill her, and you can obtain the Tao law." "Kill her?" Yi Xian looked at the woman in front of him and frowned. The mysterious man on the 4th floor suddenly said, "What are you hesitating for?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Not killing her." "Why?" the mysterious man asked. Yi Xian said indifferently, "I have no enmity with her. Why should I kill her?" The mysterious man chuckled with a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. "What, you want to be a good person now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "It's not that I want to be a good person. It's just that I have no enmity with her. Why should I kill her?" The mysterious woman smiled and said, "The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of this world." Yi Xian nodded. "You're right. However, I still can't do it." Yi Xian had never thought of himself as a good person. However, Yi Xian always had his own bottom line. He would never cross that bottom line. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman said, "The Tao law is on her. If you don't kill her, how will you obtain the Tao law? If you don't obtain the Tao law, how will you become stronger? If you don't obtain the Tao law, how will you save your master Yu Qi?" Yi Xian fell silent when he heard that. He would be able to obtain the Tao law if he killed the woman before him. Obtaining the Tao law meant that he would be able to condense a second Tao law and reconstruct Yu Qi's body. However, he really couldn't kill her just like that. After a short while, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. "Killing a person and obtaining countless benefits. However, I can't feel at ease. I won't do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. However, at this moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded from within his body. It was the sword at the center of the pagoda. The sword trembled, and then a ray of light suddenly flashed out from within it and entered Yi Xian's body. As soon as this ray of light entered his body, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. In the next moment, a powerful strand of sword qi instantly spread throughout his entire body. At the same time, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. At this moment, he was in a boundless gray world. Yi Xian raised his head and looked over. There was a blurry figure standing high in the sky not too far away from him. The figure's back was facing him, so he couldn't see its true appearance clearly. Moreover, there was a similarly blurry little fellow sitting on the figure's shoulder, and the little fellow's head was resting on the figure's head. Yi Xian was just about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from the horizon. A man must repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. If there's enmity, then so what if I annihilate the entire universe? However, one must never forget one's original intentions and go against one's heart. Since you're able to stick to your heart and gain the acknowledgement of my sword, then that's fate. As he spoke, the figure suddenly waved his right hand lightly, and a ray of light descended from the sky. It didn't take long for the ray of light to enter the space between Yi Xian's brows. In next to no time, strands of information surged into Yi Xian's mind like tidewater. At the same time, the voice resounded once more. I learned this sword technique when I was young, and it's been with me ever since. However, it's slightly lacking now, so I've improved it slightly. Remember, this sword technique follows one's heart. If one's thoughts go against one's will, then draw the sword and slash the heavens and the earth. If I draw my sword, then even the heavens can slash it. As soon as the voice resounded, the figure gradually became illusory. Below, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly asked, "Senior, you're?" At this moment, the figure had completely vanished. At the same time, the scene before Yi Xian's eyes warped, and it didn't take long for him to return to the hall. At this moment, a sword technique had appeared in his mind. At this moment, the mysterious woman on the 4th floor suddenly sighed softly. Did you save this universe in your previous life? Or did you save some peerless almighty? Why do you have such dogsh *t luck? Yi Xian, the mysterious woman on the 4th floor said again. Are you sure you don't want this Dao law? Yi Xian smiled. And just as he was about to speak, the flaming woman in front of him suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. In his heart he asked, this fellow actually woke up? The mysterious woman on the 4th floor didn't speak. At this moment, the god on the 2nd floor suddenly said, she's always been awake. Yi Xian's face darkened. 4th floor, why didn't you tell me? The 4th floor didn't speak. At this moment Yi Xian knew. This fellow on the 4th floor didn't have good intentions at all. If he really made a move, he would probably be dead by now. And the other party wanted to use the flaming woman in front of him to take his life. This mysterious woman on the 4th floor was really King evil. Yi Xian and the flaming woman pulled a large distance apart, and the flaming woman just looked at him without saying a word. However, Yi Xian sensed a formless oppressive force. Strong, really strong. This fellow in front of him was definitely not someone he could fight against now. But fortunately, the other party didn't directly make a move. The flaming woman just looked at Yi Xian calmly. Why didn't you listen to her and directly make a move against me? Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly stunned. What the hell? How did this fellow know about my conversation with the mysterious woman on the 4th floor? The other party knew about the prison pagoda? Thinking of this, Yi Xian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Who the hell was this fellow? The flaming woman stared at Yi Xian. Answer me. Yi Xian forced himself to calm down. He said in a deep voice, as I said earlier, I have no enmity with you, and I don't want to kill you. The flaming woman stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly asked in his heart, God on the 2nd floor, how did she know what I said to the bad woman on the 4th floor? After a moment of silence, the god on the 2nd floor said, she should be that Dao law. There was a solemn tone in his voice. Yi Xian. Chapter 372. Dao Law. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. At this moment, the flaming lady in front of him suddenly looked at Yi Xian. After a while she frowned slightly. Yi Xian hesitated for a while and asked softly, what's wrong? The flaming lady said calmly, logically speaking, this tower will not choose you. Although your talent is not bad, you are not worthy of this tower. Only those who possess the karmic luck of the world can obtain the acknowledgement of this pagoda. At this moment, the The mysterious woman on the fourth floor suddenly chuckled and said, "Do you think this tower is interested in him? It is just trying to ride on someone's coattails." Yi Xian's face darkened. The coattails this bad woman was talking about must be the woman in the plain dress. The flaming lady looked at Yi Xian's abdomen for a long time. In the end, she frowned slightly and said, "This tower's seal should have been broken long ago. Someone strengthened the tower's seal. Was it her?" The mysterious woman on the fourth floor said calmly, "Who else could it be?" The flaming lady glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. At this moment, the mysterious woman on the fourth floor suddenly said, "Yan Jia, as the supreme Tao law of heaven and earth, you have been trapped in this tower with us for nearly 10,000 years. Now there is a great opportunity to change your fate in front of you. If you do not seize it, you will regret it in the future." The flaming lady said calmly, "Kill him? Take over the tower?" Yi Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman on the fourth floor said, "Of course. This person is so weak, how can he deserve such a treasure? If you kill him, you can get the treasure easily." Yi Xian's face was extremely dark. This woman was not just a normal kind of bad. The flaming lady suddenly chuckled and said, "Jian Zizai, you have a good heart. If I kill him, the tower seal will be broken and you can come out, right?" Jian Zizai? Yi Xian nodded slightly. So this woman was called Jian Zizai. It should be Jian Vicious. Jian Zizai smiled and said, "If you kill him it will be beneficial for everyone, right?" Yan Jia said calmly, "If I kill him, you will be free. However, I will have to bear this karma. Your plan is very good." Jian Zizai sneered. "No matter what, you're the supreme law of heaven and earth. Yet you're so timid when doing things. Can't you have some ambition?" Yan Jia smiled and said, "If he really did as you said and attacked me, then I would have killed him. However, he did not make a move. Just as he said, I have no enmity with him, so why should I kill him?" Jian Zizai didn't say anything. Actually, from the moment she instigated Yi Xian to kill, she was very clear that if Yi Xian did not make the first move, Yan Jia would not make a move against Yi Xian, because Yi Xian had been acknowledged by the World Prison Pagoda. From a certain perspective, he could be said to be the master of these Tao laws within the pagoda. Of course, Yi Xian was relatively weak right now. It was impossible for him to make these Tao laws submit to him. However, these Tao laws would not actively harm him. However, if it was Yi Xian who made the first move, then it would be a different story. What she did not expect was that Yi Xian actually did not make a move. Even in the face of so many temptations, he did not make a move. But now it was meaningless to say anything. The fourth floor was completely silent. Outside the World Prison Pagoda, Yan Jia looked at Yi Xian. "My duty was to seal her. However, the pagoda was heavily damaged and the Tao laws were scattered. The seal was broken, and I and the other Tao laws were scattered throughout the star field." At this point she paused and said, "I can't return to the pagoda for now." "Can't return to the pagoda for now?" Yi Xian nodded. "It's okay. Whether you return or not is your freedom." As for the Tao laws within the World Prison Pagoda, Yi Xian had never thought that they belonged to him, Yi Xian. Yan Jia glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. "You must be careful of Jian Zizai. This chapter is not over. Please continue." "It's simple." Yi Xian nodded. "I know. She's very bad." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Why was she imprisoned in the pagoda?" Yan Jia was silent. Yi Xian softly said, "Can't you tell me?" Yan Jia said, "She was too strong." "Too strong?" Yi Xian was startled and then asked, "She was imprisoned because she was too strong?" Yan Jia nodded. Yi Xian hesitated and then said, There's nothing wrong with being too strong." Yan Jia shook her head. "There's nothing wrong with being too strong. It's those people who were wrong. They wanted to enter the fifth dimension, so they were imprisoned." At this point, she paused and then said, "It's just that I never expected to encounter those three tough people." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "The three swords at the top of the pagoda?" Yan Jia nodded. Yi Xian then asked, "Were they very strong?" Yan Jia looked at Yi Xian. "Don't ask questions that will make people doubt your intelligence." Yi Xian. At this time, Yan Jia suddenly said, Even if their strength is heaven-defying and they almost destroyed the pagoda, they can't enter the fifth dimension. Why? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Yinjia smiled and did not speak. Yi Xian was about to speak when Yinjia suddenly said, "You should go. We'll meet again when we're free." Yi Xian nodded. As if thinking of something, he hurriedly said, "Senior, can you help me with a small matter?" Yinjia looked at Yi Xian. "What is it?" Yi Xian said, "Help my teacher reconstruct a fleshly body." As he spoke, he took out Yu Qi's soul. Yinjia looked at Yu Qi's soul. After a moment of silence, she said, "I need some things. You have to get them for me." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What things?" Yinjia said, "Soul wood, heart-protecting lotus, sculpted spirit flower. These three are the main things." Yi Xian nodded. "I'll look for them after I leave." Yinjia said, "Leave her soul here. I'll help her nurture it first." Yi Xian said, "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Senior." After speaking, he gave Yu Qi's soul to Yinjia and left the hall. Yinjia looked in the direction Yi Xian had left. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian returned to the purple flame path. He said in a deep voice, "Great God from the second floor, why didn't she leave that place?" After a moment of silence, the second floor god said, "She's using the fire poison in that place to heal." Heal? Yi Xian was slightly startled. "She's also injured." "Nonsense." The second floor god said, "This pagoda was heavily damaged in the past. Who wasn't affected? It's just that some are lighter and some are heavier." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "If these Dao laws return to this pagoda in the future, and I'm not very strong, other than death, do you have any other choice?" The second floor god suddenly said. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Now he gradually realized that this world prism pagoda was becoming more and more complicated. With such a treasure, if he didn't have comparable strength, he could only wait for death, as the second floor god had said. Strength. He had to have great strength. "Brother Yi?" At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Yi Xian looked up and saw a man standing not far in front of him. It was the man he had met before. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. It was Ming Kuan. Ming Kuan looked behind Yi Xian and said, "Has Yi Xian reached the end?" Yi Xian thought for a while and smiled. "No, but I'm a little tired today. I don't want to leave. I'll leave another day." Ming Kuan's eyes were filled with admiration. "Brother Yi's strength is admirable." "Admirable?" Yi Xian smiled. "Just so." Ming Kuan shook his head. "Brother Yi is too humble." Yi Xian changed the topic. "Brother Ming Kuan, do you want to continue or?" Ming Kuan hesitated for a while and smiled bitterly. "I think this is my limit. So I'll go with Brother Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "We're going the same way." Just like that, the two walked together. On the way, Ming Kuan walked very slowly, because he had to resist the fire poison. Yi Xian walked very casually, because the fire poison didn't dare to approach him. Every time he saw the fire poison leave Yi Xian, Ming Kuan was in awe. Yi Xian spoke abruptly. "Brother Ming Kuan, have you joined any organizations?" Ming Kuan shook his head. "I like to be alone." Yi Xian was delighted in his heart, and he hurriedly said, "I've established the Virtuous School. Brother Ming Kuan, are you interested in joining it? We can chat and discuss the martial Dao together." Ming Kuan was slightly hesitant. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, "Even though it's quiet to cultivate alone, it's like building a cart behind closed doors. If we discuss it together, then perhaps we'll obtain unexpected gains." Ming Kuan glanced at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, are you willing to discuss your attainments in the martial Dao with others?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes. Of course, it's only limited to our own people like friends and brothers." Ming Kuan thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll join." Yi Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. Ming Kuan's strength was absolutely not inferior to Nan Shan, because Ming Kuan's ability to rely on his strength to travel so far on the violet flame path was sufficient to explain everything. With the addition of Ming Kuan, the strength of the Virtue School would definitely increase greatly. In next to no time, the two of them left the violet flame path, and Xiao Gu and the others were waiting at the exit. Xiao Gu and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yi Xian, and they were stunned when they saw Ming Kuan. Yi Xian led Ming Kuan over to Xiao Gu and the others, and he smiled as he said, "This is Brother Ming Kuan. I just got to know him. From now on, he's a member of our Virtue School." Everyone was stunned once more when they heard this. A member of the Virtue School? Xiao Gu looked at Yi Xian. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. "Of course I'm sure. Why?" Xiao Gu hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Brother Yi, do you know who he is?" Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Gu smiled and said, "He's one of the 4 great monstrous geniuses of the inner court Ming Kuan." The 4 great monstrous geniuses. Yi Xian smiled. In fact, he had already guessed it. Ming Kuan suddenly said, "What 4 great monstrous geniuses? We dare to call ourselves monstrous geniuses in the inner court. But if we go out, we are nothing." He paused for a moment, and then he glanced at Yi Xian. "Of course, Brother Yi, you can be called a monstrous genius wherever you go." Yi Xian said, "Brother Ming Kuan, do you mean that there are more monstrous geniuses than the inner court out there?" Ming Kuan smiled bitterly. "Many. The never-ending starfield is divided into the southern region, the northern region, and the heaven region. Our Dao-E Academy belongs to the northern region. The true geniuses of the never-ending starfield are in the heaven region. Even the southern region is much more powerful than here." Then he looked out of the violet flame tower and said softly, "If you can't leave a word on the Dao pillar of the heaven region, how can you call yourself a monstrous genius?" P.S. Everyone can leave a comment to see how many fans you have. End of this chapter. Chapter 373. Dao Pillar. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ming Kuan. Ming Kuan nodded. In the distant heaven region, there is a Dao Pillar. No one knows the origin of this Dao Pillar, but they know that it contains a supreme Dao. Only those who can leave their names on it are truly monstrous. He glanced at the crowd and smiled bitterly. Until now, only 3 people from the northern region have managed to leave their names on it. One of them is the founder of the Dao-E Academy, Dean Mu. Mu Dao-E. Everyone's expression turned solemn. To them, Mu Dao-E was a legend. Ming Kuan continued, "Our Dao-E Academy is not bad in the northern region, but in the southern region and the heaven region." At this point, he didn't continue. Everyone understood what he meant. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Why should we belittle ourselves? If others are stronger than us, that's a good thing. It proves that we still have room to grow, and we have a goal to pursue." Then, he patted Ming Kuan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Believe in yourself. We won't be worse than others." Ming Kuan thought about it and nodded. "Brother Yi is right. We have to correct our attitude." Yi Xian laughed and said, "All of you cultivate well here. I have to go take care of something." With that, he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left, Ming Kuan suddenly looked at Xiao Gu. "Did Brother Yi just enter the inner court?" Xiao Gu nodded. "Just entered." Ming Kuan said softly, "Yi Xian's strength is truly unfathomable." Xiao Gu. After leaving the Dao-E Institute, Yi Xian went to Dao-E City and found a Chamber of Commerce. Taihe Merchant Association. After Yi Xian entered the Chamber of Commerce, a delicate and pretty woman came to greet him. She glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "What do you need?" Yi Xian said, "I need 3 things: divine soulwood, heart-protecting lotus, spirit-sculpting flower. Do you have it?" The pretty woman looked at Yi Xian and said, "Sir, these aren't ordinary things." Yi Xian laughed. "Are you afraid that I can't afford it?" The pretty woman hurriedly said, "That's not what I mean, it's just that." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Can you make the decision? If you can't make the decision, then let someone who can make the decision talk to me." The pretty woman bowed slightly. "Then please wait a moment." With that, she turned around and left. Not long after, an old man walked out. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and asked, "What 3 items do you want?" Yi Xian nodded. The old man smiled and said, "Those 3 items are all extraordinary items, especially the heart-protecting lotus. It is incomparably precious, and is worth at least 100,000 purple Genesis crystals." 100,000. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. 100,000 purple Genesis crystals was naturally a piece of cake for him. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Then please bring those 3 items over. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "It seems that you aren't an ordinary person. May I know who you are?" Yi Xian was a little impatient. "I'm just an independent cultivator. Sir, I urgently need those 3 items." The old man smiled and said, "Esteemed guest, my Chamber of Commerce does not have these 3 items." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression instantly turned cold. "What the hell are you talking about if you don't have them?" The old man continued, "Esteemed guest, please don't misunderstand. The old man means that we don't have them here. However, we can transfer the goods. It will take a day." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Then transfer the goods as soon as possible." The old man smiled and said, "You need to pay first. 200,000 purple Genesis crystals as a deposit. If you suddenly don't want it, we won't refund the money." "A deposit?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he tapped with his finger, and a spatial ring flew over to the old man. There were exactly 200,000 purple Genesis crystals within the spatial ring. The old man grinned as he put the spatial ring away, and then he said, "Please come here at the same time tomorrow." Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll be troubling you." He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Yi Xian returned to Daoyi Academy after he left the Grand Harmony Merchant Group. Yi Xian entered the World Prism Pagoda in his wooden house. A sword technique. Now, he could finally calm down and study the sword technique that the figure in the gray world had given him. The sword technique didn't have a name, but he could sense that it was very powerful. Yi Xian started to study it, and it didn't take long for him to notice a special characteristic of the sword technique. The most special characteristic of the sword technique was its explosive force. The explosive force at the instant the sword was drawn. This sword technique was different from the life and death sword technique. The might of the life and death sword technique was related to faith and confidence, while this sword technique was purely related to strength and speed. The two were completely different. With this thought in mind, an idea suddenly popped into Yi Xian's mind. Could he fuse these 2 different sword techniques into one? Fuse? Yi Xian was a little excited, because he realized that it was completely possible. Yi Xian didn't just think about it, but immediately tried it. However, as soon as he tried it, he ran into a problem. The scabbard. He found that a normal scabbard couldn't withstand these 2 sword techniques. No, just the sword technique of drawing the sword wasn't something a normal scabbard could withstand. He needed to find a suitable scabbard. Without a scabbard, Yi Xian could only temporarily give up on fusing the 2 sword techniques. What he could do now was to study and thoroughly comprehend this sword technique. Time slowly passed. On the second day, Yi Xian left the World Prism Pagoda, and once again arrived at the Grand Harmony Merchant Group in Daoyi City. The person who welcomed him was still the delicate and pretty woman from yesterday. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Please inform your merchant group's manager that I'm here to collect something." The delicate and pretty woman nodded. "Please wait." Then she turned and left. Not long after, the delicate and pretty woman walked out. She walked up to Yi Xian and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Manager Su isn't here." Yi Xian frowned. "He told me to come here today to collect something. Why isn't he here?" The delicate and pretty woman shook her head. "I don't know, please come back tomorrow." Then she turned and left. Seeing this, Yi Xian's frown deepened, and he fell silent for a moment before he turned and left. The next day, Yi Xian came to the Grand Harmony Merchant Group again, and saw the delicate and pretty woman again. He was just about to speak when the delicate and pretty woman said, "Manager Su isn't here. Please come back another day." Then she turned and left. Yi Xian suddenly stood in front of the delicate and pretty woman, and the delicate and pretty woman frowned slightly. Yi Xian smiled. "He doesn't want to see me, right?" The delicate and pretty woman replied, "Manager Su isn't here." Yi Xian suddenly slammed his right hand. Boom! Not far away, the wall collapsed, and an old man appeared there. It was Manager Su. Yi Xian pointed at Steward Su, who was not far away, and said with a smile, "Didn't you say he wasn't here?" The delicate and pretty woman looked at Yi Xian, and did not speak. At this time, Manager Su walked in front of Yi Xian, his expression calm. What, are you going to use force here? Yi Xian smiled. I wouldn't dare. I'm just here to collect something I need. Give it to me, I'll leave immediately. Something? Manager Su was expressionless. What is it the old man doesn't know? Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly happy. He smiled. This Grand Harmony Merchant Group is actually a black shop. Manager Su narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Sir, you can't say such things. As his voice fell, 6 people suddenly appeared behind him, all of them void-piercing realm experts. Manager Su looked coldly at Yi Xian. This wall is worth 100,000 purple origin crystals. Leave 100,000 purple origin crystals, and I'll let you live. 100,000 purple origin crystals. Yi Xian thought for a moment. He smiled. Are you sure you want it? Manager Su said indifferently. Why not? Yi Xian pointed his finger, and a storage ring flew in front of Steward Su. Steward Su glanced at the storage ring. There were exactly 100,000 purple origin crystals in it. Manager Su put away the storage ring and looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian smiled, turned around and left. Manager Su and the others did not stop him. At this time, the delicate and pretty woman suddenly said, Why don't you kill him and get rid of future troubles? Manager Su said indifferently. Why kill him? He's just a true defensive realm, let him come for revenge. If he doesn't come for revenge, how can I earn more? With that he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left Taihe Merchant Association, he immediately returned to Dao Yi Academy. Inside the Violet Flame Tower, Yi Xian found Xiao Ge and the others. What? Brother Yi, you were extorted 10 million purple origin crystals by Taihe Merchant Association? Holy shit, 10 million purple origin crystals? Is Taihe Merchant Association crazy? How dare they extort our Dao Yi Academy? Let's go tell the Grand Elder. With that, everyone was about to find the Grand Elder. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Why find the Grand Elder? We'll settle this ourselves. Come brothers, follow me to Taihe Merchant Association. With that he turned around and left. Xiao Ge and the others hurriedly followed. On the way, Xiao Ge said in a deep voice, Brother Yi, this Taihe Merchant Association is not simple. It is the largest merchant association in our northern region, with astonishing financial resources and vast connections. We have to be careful. Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, Be careful, everyone be careful. This time, we're here to reason things out. Hearing this, Xiao Ji's expression relaxed slightly. Reason meant that the matter would not be blown out of proportion. Soon, Yi Xian brought 12 inner courtyard students to Taihe Merchant Association. The sudden arrival of so many experts naturally alarmed Taihe Merchant Association. Soon, several void-piercing realm experts blocked in front of Yi Xian and the others. The one leading them was Steward Su from before. Seeing Yi Xian, Steward Su was slightly taken aback. Then he glanced at the people beside Yi Xian, and his expression quickly turned solemn. Because the people who came were all void-piercing realm experts, of course, except for Yi Xian. Beside Yi Xian, Xiao Ge looked at Steward Su. Brother Yi, is he the one who extorted 10 million purple origin crystals from you? Yi Xian nodded, his face full of grief and indignation. It's him. He extorted 10 million purple origin crystals from me. Hearing this, Steward Su was stunned. Then he flew into a rage. What nonsense are you talking about? You. At this moment Yi Xian, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared. The next second, a sword pierced his throat. Blood splattered. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Xiao Ge looked at Yi Xian, his face full of shock. Big brother, didn't you say you were reasonable? Yi Xian said indifferently. This is my way of reasoning. Xiao Ge. Chapter 374. In the field, everyone was struck dumb after Yi Xian had made his move. Obviously, they did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly attack. Steward Su, who was still breathing, was also staring at Yi Xian. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He did not expect Yi Xian to attack him. Moreover, he did not even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, a group of experts suddenly appeared in the surroundings. They were all from the Taihe Trade Association. At the same time, a black-robed old man appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The black-robed old man glanced at Yi Xian and the others, frowning slightly. "Are you from the Daoyi Academy?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, we are from the Daoyi Academy." The black-robed old man stared at Yi Xian. "Why did you kill people from my Taihe Trade Association?" Yi Xian sneered. "Senior, you should ask him that." The black-robed old man's expression gradually turned cold. "You want me to ask a dead person?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I forgot about this. It's like this. 2 days ago, I came to your trade association to buy a batch of things. Steward Su asked me to pay 200,000 purple origin crystals as a deposit, which I did. However, when I came today, not only did he not give me what I wanted, he even starved me of 10 million purple origin crystals." 10 million purple origin crystals. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the black-robed old man's eyelids twitched. 10 million purple origin crystals? Are you sure? Yi Xian sternly said. "Of course I'm sure. Senior, I have no other request. As long as your trade association compensates me with 10 million purple origin crystals, I will naturally leave." "Compensate 10 million purple origin crystals?" The black-robed old man laughed in anger. "Interesting. To think that someone would come to extort my Taihe Trade Association today. Interesting." Yi Xian said indifferently. "Taihe Trade Association does not intend to compensate?" The black-robed old man sneered. "Do you think my Taihe Trade Association is so easy to bully? You." Right at this moment, Yi Xian said abruptly. "Seize everything in the Imperial Harmony Trading Company. Leave nothing behind." As his voice faded, he suddenly drew his sword and charged toward the black-robed elder. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ge and the others were stunned. Robbing Taihe Merchant Association? By the time everyone regained their senses, Yi Xian had already started fighting with the black-robed old man. Xiao Ge and the others looked at each other. Soon, Xiao Ji's expression became somewhat sinister. "Taihe Chamber of Commerce is bullying our Daoyi Academy. Beat them up." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed over. In the Daoyi Academy, inside the Daoyi Hall, the first elder suddenly sat up and looked at an old man in front of him in disbelief. "What did you say? He brought inner courtyard disciples to rob Taihe Merchant Association?" The old man nodded. "Yes, they have already started fighting with the Taihe Chamber of Commerce. The matter is very big, and many people in the city are already paying attention." The first elder said in a deep voice. "Why did he rob Taihe Merchant Association?" The old man said. "It is said that he went to Taihe Merchant Association to buy a few things, and a steward of Taihe Merchant Association embezzled his money. This should be true, but it is absolutely not 10 million purple source crystals. This guy must have deliberately blackmailed Taihe Merchant Association." Speaking of this, he shook his head with a wry smile. "This guy is really bold," the first elder said indifferently. "Not only is he bold, but he is also cunning." The old man looked at the first elder. "What do you mean?" The first elder chuckled. "This was originally his own matter, but now he has forcibly turned it into a matter between Taihe Merchant Association and our Daoyi Academy." Saying that, he got up. "Let's go and have a look." Taihe Merchant Association. Yi Xian and the others have already started fighting with Taihe Merchant Association. As soon as the battle began, Taihe Merchant Association's side was completely annihilated. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Under Yi Xian's order, Xiao Ge and the others also frantically looted the Taihe Merchant Association's things. At first, Xiao Ge and the others were a little hesitant, but soon they became even crazier than Yi Xian. Taihe Merchant Association is the best merchant association in Daoyi City. How could the things inside be ordinary? The black-robed old man, who was fighting with Yi Xian, was shocked and angry. He was shocked because he did not expect Yi Xian, who was only at the true imperial law realm, to be so terrifying, and angry because more than half of the Taihe Merchant Association's things had been looted by Xiao Ge and the others. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the battlefield. "Stop!" As the voice fell, a powerful force suddenly enveloped Yi Xian and the others. Everyone stopped. Yi Xian looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing quietly in the air. and the middle-aged man was looking at him. The middle-aged man looked down at Yi Xian. Did the Dao Yi Academy give you the courage? As the voice fell, an invisible pressure suddenly fell from the sky, pressing down on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to act, but an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the first elder. The first elder gently waved his right hand, and the invisible pressure disappeared directly. The first elder appeared in front of the middle-aged man, smiled and said, "Brother Song Lian, I trust you have been well since we last met." The middle-aged man called Song Lian looked coldly at the first elder. "First elder, your Daoi Academy openly robbed my Taihe Merchant Association. How do you explain that?" The first elder shook his head and smiled. "Brother Song Lian, this matter is your Taihe Merchant Association's fault. My student came to buy things from your Taihe Merchant Association, but your steward wanted to take advantage of him, and even blackmailed him. This matter, your Taihe Merchant Association did not act in the right way." Song Lian frowned slightly, and turned to look at the black-robed old man below. The black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "I don't know the specific situation." As he spoke, he turned to look at the delicate woman not far away. "What exactly is the situation?" The delicate woman was somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, the black-robed old man's face immediately sank. At this moment, the first elder suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Song Lian, the matter is very clear, isn't it?" Hearing this, the delicate woman below hurriedly said, "No, although Steward Su took 200,000 purple Genesis crystals from him, he did not blackmail him for 10 million purple Genesis crystals." As soon as these words came out, Song Lian's face suddenly turned ugly, and the surrounding people booed. Cheating! Taihe Merchant Association really cheated. Song Lian suddenly waved his right hand, and the delicate woman directly turned into a pile of minced meat. Song Lian threw a cold look at Yi Xian below. In the end, he looked at the Grand Elder. "Congratulations to your institute for getting such an excellent student." With that, he turned and left. Below, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "My 10 million purple Genesis crystals." The first elder appeared in front of Yi Xian and glanced at Yi Xian. "Know when to stop." Yi Xian said indifferently, "They blackmailed me. How can I let this matter go?" The corners of the first elder's mouth twitched. "You've already robbed more than half of their Chamber of Commerce. You've made a profit." "A profit?" Yi Xian thought about it and agreed. At this moment, the first elder suddenly said, "Yi Xian, what you did is equivalent to offending the Taihe Merchant Association. Do you know that?" Yi Xian smiled. "First elder, I am not a troublemaker, but the Taihe Merchant Association has bullied me. I can't tolerate it." The first elder glanced at Yi Xian, shook his head and sighed. "In the future, if there is nothing important, try not to leave the academy. The Taiheng Merchant Association has suffered such a big loss this time. They will not let this matter rest." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." The first elder nodded. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." Then he turned and left. Yi Xian took Xiao Ge and the others back to the Dao Yi Academy. Inside Yi Xian's wooden house, everyone gathered around the table, dividing the spoils. Xiao Ge smiled. "This time, we obtained a total of 6 million purple origin crystals, including 49 heaven-grade treasures and various heaven and earth treasures. I estimate that they are worth about 2 million purple origin crystals. A total of 8 million. Yi Xian smiled. "Xiao Ge, you divide it, everyone has a share." Xiao Ge grinned, then began to divide the spoils. He first gave it to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian frowned. "What do you mean by this?" "He obtained 3 million purple origin crystals." Xiao Ge smiled. "Brother Yi, the reason why we obtained so much this time is all because of you. You contributed the most, so naturally you should obtain it. We have no objections." Everyone nodded, indicating that they had no objections. Yi Xian shook his head. "If it weren't for the brothers, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the Taihe Chamber of Commerce. Everyone has contributed, so let's divide it equally." Xiao Ge still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian sternly said, "If I said to divide it equally, then so be it, do it." Seeing that Yi Xian was so determined, Xiao Ge hesitated for a moment then nodded. Soon, Everyone divided the wealth. Inside the bamboo house, everyone had a bright smile on their faces. With this wealth, it could be said that they would not lack purple origin crystals for a short period of time. And this time, Yi Xian's position in everyone's hearts also changed a little. After everyone left, Yi Xian came to the Divine Weapon Courtyard of the Dao Yi Academy. There were many rare treasures stored inside. His purpose this time was to see if there was a suitable scabbard for him. But just as he arrived at the entrance of the Divine Weapon Courtyard, he was stopped by an old man. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. "Do you have an entry token?" Yi Xian was stunned. "Entry token? What entry token?" The old man glanced at Yi Xian. "If not, what are you doing here?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Who do I find for this entry token?" The old man said lightly, "Go find the Grand Elder." Yi Xian smiled. "Okay, I'll go find the Grand Elder." After saying that, he turned and ran. "Old man." Daoyi Hall. Yi Xian found the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian in front of him. "You want to go to the Divine Weapon Courtyard?" Yi Xian nodded. The Grand Elder asked, "What for?" Yi Xian said, "To find something." The Grand Elder's eyes twitched. "What do you think the Divine Weapon Courtyard is? You think you can go there whenever you want?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "I understand. There must be some conditions to enter." "Grand Elder, why don't you tell me about it?" The Grand Elder said lightly, "There are no harsh conditions. You can enter as long as you have performed a meritorious deed for the Academy." Meritorious deed. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I have performed a meritorious deed for the Academy." The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian, a little surprised. "When have you performed a meritorious deed for the Academy?" Yi Xian said seriously. "Grand Elder, what do you think of me, Yi Xian?" The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian, then said, "Not bad talent, not bad strength, and outstanding combat ability rare." Yi Xian said seriously, "Grand Elder, I am not narcissistic. But a genius like me joining the Dao Yi Academy is in itself a meritorious deed for the Academy. And a meritorious deed." The Grand Elder was dumbfounded. End of this chapter. Chapter 375. The first elder stared at Yi Xian. He didn't expect that someone in this world could be so shameless. So shameless that he was speechless. After a while, the first elder shook his head and smiled. "What do you need?" Yi Xian said quickly, "A scabbard." "A scabbard?" The first elder thought for a while and said, "That's not difficult. You don't need to enter the institute. I'll give you a scabbard." Yi Xian shook his head. "First elder, the scabbard I need isn't an ordinary scabbard. I need a very good scabbard." "How good is it?" the first elder asked. Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "Saint rank." His intuition told him that if it wasn't a saint rank scabbard, it wouldn't be able to bear those two sword skills. It must be a saint rank scabbard. The first elder was stunned by Yi Xian's words and shook his head. "No. The old man can tell you for sure that the institute doesn't have a saint rank scabbard." He paused for a while and said, "The Immortal Sword Sect might have one, but they won't give it to you." The Immortal Sword Sect. Yi Xian fell silent. The first elder suddenly said, "Besides the Immortal Sword Sect, there's another place you can go." Yi Xian asked quickly, "Where?" The first elder said, "The blacksmith shop." "The blacksmith shop?" Yi Xian was puzzled. "Where?" The first elder said with a smile, "In Daoyi City. There's a blacksmith there, a very powerful one. He might be able to customize a scabbard for you. However, whether or not he will do it for you will depend on your own ability." Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "I'll give it a try." The first elder smiled. "Good luck," Yi Xian said again. "First elder, I want to ask you for a favor." The first elder said, "Speak." Yi Xian said, "I need 3 items." The great elder said, "The 3 items you bought from Taiha Merchant Association?" Yi Xian nodded. The great elder nodded slightly. "I'll do it for you, but you'll have to pay for it yourself." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course. Then, I'll visit great elder another day." With that, he bowed slightly before turning around and leaving. Seeing Yi Xian leave, the great elder shook his head and lightly laughed. Actually, his personality isn't that bad. In the beginning, he had indeed coveted Yi Xian's treasure. But in the end he gradually changed his mind. Just as the mysterious black-clothed man had said, the treasure on Yi Xian's body would bring bad luck to whoever took it. Instead of seizing this hot potato by force, it was better to form a good relationship with Yi Xian and wait for the future. Moreover, he realized that Yi Xian was a person who was easy to get along with. Of course, he was also a bit irascible, but this irascibility, in his view, was actually a kind of personality. After Yi Xian left Daoyi Palace Hall, he came to Daoyi City. Soon he found the blacksmith shop that the great elder had mentioned. The blacksmith shop was not big, it should be said to be very small, and it was a bit shabby. In front of the blacksmith shop, there was some messy scrap iron. At first glance, it looked very desolate. Yi Xian walked to the door and knocked. At this time, a voice suddenly came from inside. Scram! Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian would not give up so easily. He knocked on the door again. At this time, a powerful force shook out from inside. Yi Xian's face changed, and his right arm moved forward to block. Bang! Yi Xian retreated again and again. This time, he directly retreated dozens of feet. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked at his right arm. His entire right arm had cracked. His expression gradually became serious. Soon, Yi Xian walked up to the door and knocked on it once more. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying again. Just like this continued for about half an hour, and the door opened. An old man in tattered clothes walked out. He pointed at Yi Xian angrily. Are you out of your mind? Is there something wrong with you? Is there no end to this? You. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped. Because Yi Xian, who was not far away, turned around and ran. He did not even see a shadow. The old man was stunned. After a moment, the old man cursed angrily. What the hell? After saying that, he turned around and returned to his room. The next day, Yi Xian came to the blacksmith shop again and knocked on the door again. An hour later, the blacksmith shop's door was suddenly opened, and an afterimage shot out. In the distance, Yi Xian turned around and ran. The old man who rushed out had an ugly expression on his face. On the third day, just as Yi Xian knocked on the door, a powerful force suddenly blasted out from the door. Yi Xian turned around and ran. This time, the old man chose to give chase. He sensed the old man chasing after him. Yi Xian hurriedly quickened his pace. Not only that, but he also used the chaotic energy to conceal himself. Thus, very quickly the old man lost track of him. Somewhere outside the city, the old man looked around coldly. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of Yi Xian's aura. A moment later he turned around and left. On the fourth day, Yi Xian came to the smithy again. Just like that, on the seventh day, Yi Xian knocked on the door and turned around to run. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Bastard, what do you want? Yi Xian stopped and turned around. He saw the old man coldly staring at him at the blacksmith shop's door. Yi Xian grinned. Greetings, senior. This junior is Yi Xian from Daoyi Academy. The old man looked coldly at Yi Xian. What do you want? Yi Xian smiled. Senior, this junior wants to ask you to forge a scabbard for me. Hurry up and get lost. The old man waved his hand impatiently. The old man will not forge anything for anyone. Scram. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the house. Outside the house, Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then turned around and left. The next day, Yi Xian came to the smithy again and knocked on the door. When the door opened and saw Yi Xian, the old man frowned. Are you done? Yi Xian said. I want to learn blacksmithing. Blacksmithing? He thought of something. He needed huge swords, and if he were to buy all of them, he would not be able to afford it even with his wealth. Why not forge them himself? Learn blacksmithing. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the old man was slightly stunned. You want to learn blacksmithing? Yi Xian immediately said. Yes, I want to learn blacksmithing. The old man sneered. What does it have to do with this old man? Go learn it with someone else. This old man has no time for you. Yi Xian said indifferently. If you don't accept me, I will not give up. Hearing this, the old man flew into a rage. Are you threatening me? Yi Xian hurriedly said. No. Senior, to be honest, don't be so quick to refuse me. Look at me. I'm not bad. The old man glared at Yi Xian. Why is your skin so thick? Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, I'm serious. You definitely won't be disappointed if you let me try. The old man stared at Yi Xian for a long time, and then he said, You aren't just being thick-skinned. You've reached a state of shamelessness. Yi Xian was speechless. The old man sized up Yi Xian. Who asked you to come here? Yi Xian said, The Grand Elder. The old man frowned. The Grand Elder of Dao Yi Academy? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The old man fell silent for a short while before he said, The old man doesn't accept disciples, nor does he forge anything for others. Don't bother the old man. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to enter the room. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior. The old man stopped and turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, do you have anyone to recommend? Right, I don't recommend just anyone. I need a scabbard, an extremely good one. Only then will it be able to endure my sword techniques. The old man sized up Yi Xian. You need a scabbard, not a sword. Yi Xian nodded. The old man spoke indifferently. You're quite arrogant. Tell me, what level of scabbard do you need? Yi Xian spoke solemnly. The saint rank. The old man sneered. It's just a saint rank. Go, don't bother the old man. After that he turned around and left. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, What do you mean by a saint rank? Old man, do you know what a saint rank is? Do you? The old man's eyes twitched. The old man doesn't know what a saint rank is? As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and an arm-long iron hammer suddenly flew to Yi Xian from a corner not far away. Look! Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the iron hammer, because it was a saint rank. It really is a saint rank. Yi Xian's expression became solemn. Who is this old man? The old man sneered. Do you have a saint rank? Chapter 376. At this moment, the old man's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. It didn't take long for him to walk swiftly towards the sword. Meanwhile, Yi Xian sheathed the sword. The surroundings instantly returned to calm. The old man walked over to Yi Xian, and he stared fixedly at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, based on your expression, it should have shocked you. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What is that? Yi Xian smiled and said, My sword. The old man fell silent for a moment, and then he shook his head. This sword isn't a peerless weapon, but its owner is extremely strong, and he gave it new life. To put it simply, the sword is very ordinary, but the owner is extraordinary. Therefore, the sword is extraordinary as well. When he spoke up to this point, he looked at Yi Xian. You're just a sword immortal, and you don't have the ability to give a sword new life. Yi Xian fell silent. This old man really isn't simple. Meanwhile, the old man said, All right, the old man said it. I never expected that I would encounter such a divine object here. Yi Xian grinned when he heard this. Senior, when will you forge a scabbard for me? The old man fell silent. Yi Xian's face sank. This old man wouldn't go back on his word, right? As if he knew what Yi Xian was thinking, the old man sneered. Don't worry, the old man won't go back on his word. Yi Xian chuckled. How could a figure like Senior possibly go back on his word? I have complete confidence in Senior. The old man said indifferently. Come with me. As he spoke, Yi Xian followed the old man back to the smithy. After they entered the smithy, a cold and musty smell instantly assaulted their faces, and it was extremely unpleasant. The old man walked over to the side and lay down on a bamboo couch. He said indifferently, Let me see your sword. I need to make one for you. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he withdrew the saint-rank dark sword. The elder waved his right hand, and the dark blue sword flew into his grasp. He glanced at the sword in his hand. Pseudo-saint tier. Pseudo-saint level? Yi Xian was stunned. What do you mean? The old man said coldly. It means that your sword is trash. Do you understand? Yi Xian's face darkened. Senior, is this sword trash? The old man sneered. The craftsmanship of this sword is passable, but the materials used are trash. If it wasn't for the sword spirit being a bit special, This sword wouldn't even be considered a pseudo-saint grade sword. As he spoke, he threw the sword in front of Yi Xian. This sword won't do. Change to another one. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. No more. Speaking up to here, he seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. Senior, why don't you forge a sword for me directly? It would be perfect to forge a sword and a scabbard together. Dream on. The old man glared at Yi Xian. This old man will only make a scabbard for you. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. A scabbard it is. As he spoke, he waved the sword in his hand. This is my best sword, so I'll make a scabbard for it. The old man spoke indifferently. Are you sure? After all, you only have this chance. If you have a good sword, then you'll have an even better scabbard. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Senior, I want to, but I don't have any other swords. I'll just make do with it for now. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. What about the one from before? Yi Xian shrugged. It's too formidable. I can't take it for now. The old man fell silent for a short moment before he said, If you're willing, then you can lend that sword to me, and I'll forge a replica for you. How about it? Yi Xian was stunned. A replica? What do you mean? The old man spoke in a low voice. I'll forge a replica, one that you can use. How about it? Yi Xian fell silent. The old man spoke indifferently. It's fine if you're worried. Yi Xian shook his head. There's nothing to be worried about. But senior, I'm unable to control this sword. So it would cause a huge commotion if I let it out. The old man fell silent for a short moment before he said, Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the exit. Yi Xian hurriedly followed the old man. Yi Xian followed the old man to an underground entrance. And then he followed the old man all the way down. Just like that, they walked for almost 4 hours. When they walked out of an exit, the scene before his eyes suddenly opened up, and there was an abandoned ruin 300 m away from him. The old man led Yi Xian to the ruins, and it wasn't long before the old man stopped. There was an enormous furnace before him, and there was lava within it. Yi Xian turned around to look at the old man. What's this? The old man spoke indifferently. This iron furnace is connected to the center of the earth, and it contains an extremely large amount of the energy of the earth veins and lava. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yi Xian. Sword. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the sword at the top of the tower instantly appeared in front of him. At the instant that sword appeared, the ground around him started trembling. The old man's expression instantly turned solemn when he witnessed this scene. The might of this sword far surpasses this world. How formidable was its owner? As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Kid, your background isn't simple at all. Yi Xian laughed embarrassedly. No, I don't have any backing. Really? The old man laughed coldly. Don't worry. The old man has no intentions towards you. As he spoke, he waved his right hand. In an instant, an invisible force appeared in the surroundings, and Yi Xian sensed that the space around him seemed to have been strengthened at that moment. The old man ignored Yi Xian. He waved his right hand again, and a large pile of items appeared on his right. These items were strangely shaped, and one could tell at a glance that they weren't ordinary items. Very soon, Yi Xian seemed to have noticed something, and he hurriedly asked, Senior, are these materials for forging swords? The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Of course. I told you to prepare the materials. Do you have them? Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly overjoyed. He suddenly realized that this old man was actually quite nice. The old man ignored Yi Xian and turned to look at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes as he looked at the sword. Yi Xian was quite excited as well. He couldn't utilize the sword at the top of the pagoda for now, and it was something that he'd always felt regretful about. On the other hand, if he had a replica, then it would definitely be a good thing for him, because it could allow him to make a transition. The old man suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Put the sword away. I'll use it when I need it. Yi Xian did as he was told and put the sword away. On the other hand, the old man raised his right hand lightly, and it didn't take long for all the treasures on his right to fly up into the air. After that, they flew into the iron furnace one by one. At the same time, he withdrew a command token, and it didn't take long for the enormous iron furnace to start trembling. At the same time, the lava within the iron furnace started to tremble, and it didn't take long for countless strands of mysterious energy to converge within the iron furnace. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Stand guard." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up into the iron furnace. Outside the iron furnace, Yi Xian rubbed his hands together with slight excitement. The sword forged by this old man is definitely at the saint rank at the very least. Moreover, there's even a sheath. At that time, he would be able to combine both sword techniques, and his overall strength would improve by more than just a little. Wait. All he could do now was wait. Just like that, day after day passed. On the third day, there was still no movement from within the iron furnace. Yi Xian had wanted to go in and take a look on many occasions, but he didn't in the end, because he knew that if he was interrupted at the critical moment, then it was very likely that all his efforts would be wasted. So he continued waiting. Just like that, on the fifth day, the iron furnace started to tremble slightly, and Yi Xian hurriedly stood up. Is it about to be done? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far in front of him, a young man and an old man were walking towards him. The young man and the old man were slightly stunned when they saw Yi Xian. The young man sized up Yi Xian and frowned. "Who are you?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Who are you?" The young man's frown deepened. "I'm asking you a question." Yi Xian replied calmly. "I'm a student of the inner court of Dao Yi Academy." Dao Yi Academy? The young man turned to look at the old man, and the old man replied calmly, "It's an academy in the northern region. When Mu Daoyi was still around, it was not bad, but now it's not good enough." Hearing this, the young man looked at Yi Xian. "Why are you here?" Yi Xian smiled. "To run some errands." The young man looked straight at Yi Xian. "Now get lost. I won't repeat myself." Chapter 377. Yi Xian remained silent. The other party did not even give face to the Daoyi Academy. Clearly, the other party had a powerful background. Since the Daoyi Academy's reputation was useless, he had to make his move. He chose to make the first move. Yi Xian suddenly wielded his sword. This sword attack was very fast, and there was no sign at all. Before the young man could react, Yi Xian's sword was already at his forehead. The old man had appeared on Yi Xian's left side. His left hand was about 10 inches away from Yi Xian's shoulder, but he did not dare to touch it. Yi Xian's sudden attack caught the old man and the young man by surprise. Of course, they were too confident and underestimated Yi Xian. The old man stared at Yi Xian. "Let him go." Yi Xian smiled. "I mean no harm. I just don't want you to disturb a senior of mine. That's all." The old man stared at Yi Xian calmly, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "On the count of 3, if you don't let him go, the old man." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pushed his right hand forward lightly. Chi! The sword pierced half an inch into the young man's forehead, and blood spurted out. Yi Xian turned around to look at the old man. He said with a smile, "Count them. Why don't you count?" "I'm listening." The old man looked at Yi Xian for a while, then said, "You will pay for this." Yi Xian raised his sword again, this time deeper into the young man's forehead. The young man's body trembled. If it had gone any deeper, he would have died. At this moment, the old man's voice became completely silent. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. "Come on, continue." The old man stared at Yi Xian and said nothing. The young man in front of Yi Xian looked ferocious. "Do you know who I am?" Yi Xian turned to look at the young man. "Then do you know who I am?" The young man sneered. "Is that so? I want to know who you are." Yi Xian grinned. "Actually, I'm your father." "You." The young man flared up with rage. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly spoke angrily. "Shut the fuck up. One more word and I'll chop you up." The young man wanted to say something, but the old man not far away shook his head slightly, signaling him not to say anything. The young man said in a low voice, "Uncle Yin Xiao, I don't believe he dares to kill me." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Do you want to try?" The young man was just about to speak when the old man called Yin Xiao spoke abruptly. "Young man, speak." What exactly do you want? Yi Xian smiled and said, Nothing much, I just want you to wait. Is this okay? Yin Xiao asked. That's it. Yi Xian nodded. That's it. Yin Xiao was about to speak when the iron furnace not far away suddenly shook violently. Then a figure flew out. It was the old man from the smithy. The old man walked in front of Yi Xian with a long box in his hand. Yi Xian was slightly excited. It's done. The old man shook his head. There's still one more step. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Yin Xiao and Yin Xiao. When he saw them, his face instantly turned cold. What are you doing here? The young man said. Third uncle, father asked me to invite you back. Go back. The old man sneered. Go back for what? Also, I'm no longer a Yin family member, nor am I your third uncle. You two hurry up and scram. The young man said in a low voice. Third uncle, you're also a Yin family member. The old man coldly said. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man still wanted to say something, but Yin Xiao suddenly said. Brother Yin Sheng, the patriarch said that if you don't want to go back, it's fine. However, the Yin family's treasure, the earth vein furnace, must be returned to the Yin family. Apart from that, the Yin family's forging technique must not be taught to outsiders, otherwise, the old man sneered. Otherwise what? Otherwise kill me? Yin Xiao looked at Yin Sheng without saying anything. Yin Sheng suddenly looked at Yi Xian in front of him. He is my successor. If you have the ability, then kill him. Yi Xian's face darkened. Fuck, this old man wants to mess with me. Hearing Yin Sheng's words, Yin Xiao and Yin Xiao immediately looked at Yi Xian with unfriendly expressions. Yi Xian smiled. You too, do you have any objections? Yin Xiao coldly looked at Yi Xian. Finally he looked at Yin Sheng. You're on your own. With that, he turned and left with the young man. Yin Sheng fell silent for a moment, and then he looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. With that he left with Yi Xian. Under Yin Sheng's lead, the two of them arrived before a teleportation formation. In next to no time, the two of them vanished from sight. Around 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived beneath a waterfall. The waterfall was over 100 meters long, and there was a small pool beneath it. What's this? Yi Xian asked. Yin Sheng spoke indifferently. My Yin family opened up a geocentric spiritual spring all those years ago. This is the last step, the watering of the spiritual spring. When my Yin family left, we took almost all of it with us. Now there shouldn't be much left. However, it's enough for us. As he spoke, he tossed the long box in his hand into the pool. In next to no time, the pool shook violently, and rays of sword light shot out from the pool. Blood. At this moment, Yin Sheng looked at Yi Xian. 2 drops of blood. Yi Xian nodded. With a point of his finger, 2 drops of blood flew into the pool, bang. The entire pool shook violently all of a sudden. Yi Xian asked nervously, Senior, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Yin Sheng replied calmly. What problem could there be? Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. No problem. How could there be a problem, Senior? Yin Sheng glanced at Yi Xian. You're the most cunning swordsman I've ever met. I'm curious. How did you become a swordsman with your personality? And you even became a sword immortal? Yi Xian said seriously. Talent. My master said that I'm the most talented in all of history. Your master said. Yin Sheng almost cursed. As if recalling something, he paused and said, The owner of that sword said that? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. My master said that I'm an exceptional sword Dao genius. One day, the entire never-ending starfield will submit to my sword. Yi Xian will. Stop. The old man suddenly waved his hand. Just pretend that the old man didn't ask. Just stop. Yi Xian was speechless. This continued for about 2 hours before Yin Sheng suddenly waved his right hand. A sword with a scabbard suddenly flew out of the pool and landed steadily in front of him. Yin Sheng turned to look at Yi Xian and handed the sword to Yi Xian. Take a look. Yi Xian quickly took the sword and unsheathed it. Buzz. A sword's hum suddenly rang through the sky. It was a sword. The sword in Yi Xian's hand was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. At first glance, it looked like a very, very ordinary sword. Yi Xian looked at the scabbard. The scabbard was dark, and there were some mysterious patterns around it. Apart from that, it also emitted a cold and gloomy aura. At this moment, Yinsheng suddenly said, "This sword only has the shape of your sword. It doesn't have a soul. However, for you now this sword should be just right. As for the scabbard, I forged it with frost iron. Both the sword and the scabbard are saint grade, and they are both supreme grade saint grade." Supreme grade saint grade. Yi Xian was moved. He knew that saint grade was divided into low grade saint grade, high grade saint grade, and supreme grade saint grade. The scabbard of the sword realm was supreme grade saint grade. It could be said that it was priceless. Yi Xian put away the sword and looked at Yinsheng. "Senior, thank you." Yinsheng glanced at Yi Xian and said calmly, "You're welcome. The old man is just a man of his word. Oh, if you really want to thank me, just don't look for the old man in the future." Then he turned and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, when will you teach me blacksmithing?" "Blacksmithing?" Yinsheng turned to look at Yi Xian. "When did the old man promise to teach you blacksmithing?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Sir, you told me earlier that I am your successor." Yinsheng blinked. "You believe that?" Yi Xian said, "Of course." Yinsheng snorted coldly. "The old man said it casually. Why would you believe it?" Yi Xian said calmly. "Senior said it casually." Those two took it seriously. Saying this, he sighed softly. "Sigh, it doesn't matter if Senior teaches me or not. I'm afraid that if I ruin Senior's reputation in the future, then I deserve to die 1,000 times. Yinsheng frowned. "Ruin my reputation? How can you ruin my reputation?" Yi Xian said seriously. "Everyone knows that I'm Senior's disciple. If I forge something rubbish, won't Senior's reputation be ruined?" Hearing this, Yinsheng's face darkened. He stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned and ran away. Yinsheng was silent for a moment. Then he turned and left. Yi Xian returned to Daoyi Academy. As soon as he returned to Daoyi Academy, he was summoned by the first elder to Daoyi Hall. Yi Xian was stunned when he entered the hall. There were two people in the hall. They were Yin Xiao and the young man. Yin Xiao was expressionless when he saw Yi Xian, but the young man's face was gloomy. The first elder glanced at Yi Xian. "These two are from the Yin family in the heaven domain. I heard from Yin Xiao that you had some conflict with them?" "Conflict?" Yi Xian was struck dumb. He was a little confused. "What conflict?" The first elder's eyes twitched. This guy is playing dumb again. Beside him, Yin Xiao cast a cold glance at Yi Xian. "What conflict?" He pointed at the young man nearby. "Did you cause that wound between his eyebrows? He almost died at your hands." "You," Yi Xian suddenly said. "Senior, don't talk nonsense. When I sparred with this brother earlier, we were evenly matched. If it wasn't for Senior stopping us in time, I might have already been defeated by this brother." He then cupped his fists at the young man. "Brother, you're powerful. I, Yi Xian, admire you." Hearing this, the young man was stunned. Not far away, Yin Zhao's face darkened. Chapter 378. Inside the hall, Yin Xiao stared at Yi Xian, his face extremely gloomy. The first elder suddenly smiled. "So it's a sparring session." He looked at Yin Xiao. "Brother Yin Xiao, it's inevitable for young people to have some conflicts in a sparring session." Yin Xiao said calmly, "I'm so envious that you have such a genius in your academy." The first elder smiled. "Not at all. This kid is stubborn and mischievous. I hope Brother Yin Xiao will forgive him if he has offended you." He looked at Yi Xian and said, "You may leave." Yi Xian turned around and left. He had too many things to deal with at the moment. If it wasn't for the first elder, he wouldn't even bother with them. A quarter of an hour later, Yin Xiao and Yin Xiao left Daoyi Academy. Outside the academy, the young man asked, "Uncle Xiao, are we just going to let it go?" Yin Xiao looked at the young man coldly. "What else can I do?" The young man said coldly, "He almost killed me." Yin Xiao said calmly, "He said he sparred with you and almost lost to you. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to tell him that you couldn't even take one move from him?" The young man's face darkened. "It was a sneak attack. If it wasn't a sneak attack, why would I?" Yin Xiao shook his head. "I've investigated this person. He's a sword immortal at such a young age. He's no ordinary person." He looked at the young man and said, Our top priority now is to report to our family about Yin Sheng. As for this young man, we'll have plenty of chances to avenge him in the future." After he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. The young man hesitated for a moment. Then he glared in the direction of Dao Yi Academy and followed. Yi Xian arrived at the cultivation room of Dao Yi Academy. Dao Yi Academy had its own cultivation room. These rooms were reinforced by a formation. Not only were they sturdy, but they were also sealed to protect one's life. However, one had to pay a certain amount of purple fire crystals. After handing over the purple fire crystals, Yi Xian entered a cultivation room. Cultivation. What he needed to do now was to fuse the two sword skills. He was already very familiar with the sword skill determining life and death. As for the other sword skill, he had some understanding, but it was not thorough enough. It could be said that one sword to decide life and death was a kind of sword principle belief, a kind of momentum, and the other sword technique was a kind of technique, a pure technique. If the two of them were combined, the power would definitely not be weak. In the following time, Yi Xian started. He cultivated crazily. He unsheathed his sword. He repeated the same action every day, and that was to draw his sword. He drew his sword madly, and what he needed to do was to grasp the explosive point of the moment he drew his sword. At first it was fine, and the cultivation went smoothly, but gradually, Yi Xian found it difficult. Because he realized that these two sword skills weren't particularly difficult for him, if he were to separate them. However, if he wanted to combine them, it would be extraordinarily difficult. Although it was difficult, Yi Xian was very clear that if he could successfully fuse these two sword skills, together with his current sword and scabbard, the power would be incomparably strong. He drew his sword madly. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. On the fourth day, Yi Xian couldn't remember how many times he had drawn his sword. Hard work paid off. Gradually he had some gains. This gain was that after adding the sword drawing technique, his sword determining life and death began to change. It became even stronger. However, these few days he had consumed a lot of energy. This was because every time he drew his sword, it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had the purple fire crystals, so he had enough energy to sustain his crazy cultivation. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the cultivation room, Yi Xian stood quietly. He held the sheathed sword in his left hand and was silent. After standing there for about 15 minutes, his right hand suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword, and he drew it. Buzz! A sword chime suddenly resounded. As the sword chime resounded, the entire cultivation room was instantly shaken by the sword chime. Not only the cultivation room, but the surrounding space had also cracked. However, Yi Xian shook his head because it was still not enough. It was far from enough. There was still a lot of room for improvement in the explosive power of drawing the sword. However, it was very strenuous for him right now, because he had to do it quickly, extremely quickly. Not only did it consume his mind, but it also consumed his physical strength. When he pulled out the sword just now, he discovered that his right arm had already split open. Not only that, but at this moment, he felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out and was very weak. The consumption of this sword was too great. The true defensive Dharma state was not enough. He must reach the void-piercing realm. And to reach the void-piercing realm, one must have a sword. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and calculated his current financial situation. He currently had 1.6 million purple origin crystals and 11,000 purple fire crystals. If converted to purple origin crystals, it would be 1 million. This should be enough. Thinking of this, Xian left the World Prism Pagoda. He didn't go to get his sword, because he had more important things to do. Yi Xian arrived at Dao Yi's hall. 15 minutes later, he left Dao Yi's hall and entered the Violet Flame Pagoda. It wasn't long before Yi Xian saw Yinjia. And Yi Xian passed the 3 items he'd obtained from the Grand Elder to Yinjia. Yinjia nodded slightly. I'll reconstruct her body, but it will take some time. Come back in a month. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, will it be dangerous? Yinjia shook her head. It's not dangerous. However, reconstructing her body, and coupled with the fact that her soul has been shattered, some problems might arise after she's resurrected. I'm not sure about these problems as well. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. No matter what, I'll be troubling you. Yinjia nodded slightly. Let's go. Come back in a month. When she spoke up to this point, she seemed to have thought of something and added, be careful of that Jian Zizai from the 4th floor. He's not simple. Yi Xian said, she probably can't attack me now, right? Yinjia chuckled, not now. However, don't activate the pagoda rashly. If you do, then the seal on the pagoda will weaken. At that time, she might be able to do something to you. Activate the pagoda of prison. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. He really didn't dare to activate the pagoda of prison as he pleased now. He was afraid. He was really quite afraid, because there would be too much trouble once he activated the pagoda. A short while later, Yi Xian left the underground and returned to Daoyi Academy. Now he had to find a sword, a high-grade heaven rank sword. He could only go to 2 places to obtain a sword. The first was the Taihe Trading Company, which was the largest trading company in Daoyi City. The other was the Immortal Sword Sect, which was the largest swordsman sect in the Northern Territory. The Taihe Trading Company? Yi Xian rejected this thought, because there was enmity between him and the Taihe Trading Company, so they would definitely do something to him if he went to look for them. The Immortal Sword Sect? That wouldn't work either. The Immortal Sword Sect wouldn't give him a sword. Steal it? Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated. Steal it? That wasn't a good idea. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian suddenly said, borrow it first, I'll return it later. When he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. In the pagoda of prison, a voice suddenly rang out. What a shameless person. P.S. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 379. The Immortal Sword Sect. The Immortal Sword Sect had a decisive position in the northern domain, because there was only one sword cultivator sect in the entire northern domain. Swordsman sects had always been rare because swordsmen required great talent and a large amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, without the support of any faction, a person's achievements would be limited even if they were talented. And Yi Xian had deeply felt the importance of money since he had started cultivating. Without enough money, it would be difficult to make any progress on the path of cultivation, especially for him. Every time he broke through, he would need to devour swords. Yi Xian arrived at the Immortal Sword Sect through the teleportation formation in Daoyi City. The Immortal Sword Sect stood on top of a suspended mountain in the starry sky. The mountain was huge and hung upside down in the starry sky like a sword. Flying swords flew around the mountain from time to time. Majestic. This was Yi Xian's first impression of the Immortal Sword Sect. The Immortal Sword Sect was even more majestic than the Daoyi Academy. Yi Xian didn't sneak into the Immortal Sword Sect. Instead, he openly walked towards the Immortal Sword Sect. Soon, an old man with a sword on his back appeared in front of him. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and asked, Who are you? Yi Xian said solemnly. This junior is Yi Xian, an inner court student of the Daoyi Academy. I am here to visit the sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect under the Grand Elder's order. The Daoyi Academy? The old man frowned. Are you from the Daoyi Academy? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The old man asked. Do you have proof? Yi Xian took out a token. The old man nodded slightly at the sight of the token. Wait a minute. With that he turned and left. Yi Xian looked around and saw people flying on swords from time to time. These people were very powerful. Meanwhile, the old man from before appeared in front of Yi Xian again, and he said, Come with me. Just like that, Yi Xian followed the old man into the Immortal Sword Sect. The interior of the Immortal Sword Sect was very spacious. There were very few buildings, only a few halls. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many swordsmen. He noticed that these swordsmen were very cold, very cold. He greeted these swordsmen, but they only glanced at him and did not respond. Without a doubt, the Immortal Sword Sect was much more powerful than the Ashen Sword Sect. But compared to the Ashen Sword Sect, it lacked a trace of humanity. Soon, Yi Xian and the old man entered the hall. Inside the hall, Yi Xian saw a middle-aged man. This person was none other than the sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, Li Qing. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xian. You are Yi Xian? Yi Xian was stunned. This person had heard of him? Li Qing said lightly. I heard that you are the strongest swordsman in the Dao Yi Academy. Yi Xian smiled. No, it's just SOSO. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xian. State your purpose. Yi Xian smiled. The Grand Elder asked this junior to buy some heaven-class swords from your sect. Heaven-class swords? Li Qing frowned. What does your Dao Yi Academy need heaven-class swords for? Yi Xian said. To make a sword array. Li Qing looked at Yi Xian. It should be for you. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Yes. Li Qing shook his head. My Immortal Sword sect has a lot of heaven-class swords. But they are not for sale. You can go back. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. Then this junior will take his leave. With that, he turned around and left. Inside the hall, Li Qing glanced at Yi Xian, who was leaving. It is said that this person became a sword immortal at the age of 16. What do you think? Below, the old man shook his head. It should be impossible. But this person's talent and battle prowess are certainly unquestionable, because he has already defeated one of the 4 monstrous geniuses of the inner courtyard, Nanshan, and Nanshan has already reached the origin realm. Li Qing nodded. Indeed not bad. Unfortunately, he joined the Dao Yi Academy. The old man smiled. It is indeed a bit of a pity. If he was in my Immortal Sword sect, with our full support, it would not be difficult for him to become a great sword immortal in 2 years. Li Qing nodded. Tell the people of the Immortal Weapon Pavilion to be careful. Yi Xian is a bit shameless. He should not give up so easily. The old man smiled. It is impossible for him to steal or rob, right? Li Qing said. Just be careful. At this moment, a man suddenly walked into the hall. The man slightly bowed to the 2. Sect master. There is a man in the Immortal Sword City who has set up an arena, saying that if you defeat him, you can obtain 100,000 purple origin crystals. Li Qing frowned. Is it that Yi Xian? The man nodded. Yes. Li Qing and the old man looked at each other. The latter said in a deep voice. What the hell is this guy doing? Immortal Sword City. At this moment, the city was very lively, because someone had set up an arena, and it was a swordsman. A swordsman who was not from the Immortal Sword sect. On an arena, Yi Xian stood quietly. There were 2 banners on the left and right sides of the arena. The one on the left was written Northern Region's #1 Swordsman. And the one on the right was written, If you are not convinced, come and fight. Arrogant. Very, very arrogant. Soon, many swordsmen from the Immortal Sword sect heard the noise and rushed over. A man flew to the arena. He glanced at Yi Xian and sneered. What a big tone. Claiming to be the Northern Region's #1 swordsman, come, let me fight you. Yi Xian said lightly. If you want to challenge me, sure. But according to the rules, first take out a heaven-grade sword. If you lose, the sword will belong to me. If I lose, I will give you 100,000 purple origin crystals. The man's face was a little ugly. I don't have a sword, Yi Xian said angrily. If you don't have a sword, why are you hitting the hammer? Next. The man said angrily. This father wants to hit you. The man's voice suddenly stopped, because a sword was pointed at his eyebrows. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. Yi Xian put away his sword. Go down. The man did not say anything. He turned around and ran. In this way, after Yi Xian waited for about half a quarter of an hour, a sword-wielding swordsman suddenly flew to the arena. Yi Xian said lightly. Do you know the rules? The swordsman glanced at Yi Xian. Yes. After saying that, he flicked his finger, and a sword flew to the side. A heaven-grade sword. Yi Xian smiled and said, Make your move. The swordsman suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, a sword light directly chopped down at Yi Xian's head. A quick sword strike. However, this sword abruptly stopped a few inches away from Yi Xian's head, because the sword in Yi Xian's hand was already at the swordsman's throat. He lost. The swordsman stared at Yi Xian, his eyes solemn. Yi Xian put away his sword and said with a smile, Next. The swordsman glanced at Yi Xian, then turned around and left. Yi Xian put away the heaven-grade sword at his side, His heart was filled with joy. In fact, he knew very well that being so high profile, it was easy to be beaten. However, he had no other choice but to resort to such a method. If he wanted to break through now, he must get his hands on a sword. But he certainly could not go to Taihe Commerce. The Immortal Sword sect did not want to sell. He could only use this method to obtain a sword. Soon, another man leaped onto the stage. In this way, about an hour later, Yi Xian had obtained 7 heaven-grade swords. Gradually, the number of people on the arena decreased. Because everyone found that Yi Xian's strength was very strong. The people on the arena could not take a single sword strike from Yi Xian. At this moment, a sword cry suddenly sounded from the distant sky, followed by a sword light falling on the arena. It was a young man, about 20 years old, wearing a white robe, carrying a sword case on his back, and on the left side of his chest, there was a small immortal character. "It's the Immortal Sword sect," someone exclaimed in the field. "The Immortal Sword sect." The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. The white-robed man looked at Yi Xian. "You're from Daoi Academy." Yi Xian nodded. "Daoi Academy." The white-robed man glanced at the 2 banners of Yi Xian. "I'll make you swallow them later." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Where's the sword?" The white-robed man waved his right hand. A heaven-grade sword fell to the side. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Make your move." The white-robed man shook his head. He waved his right hand again, and 4 heaven-grade swords fell to the side, a total of 5 swords. The white-robed man looked at Yi Xian. "Do you dare to block it?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "How?" The white-robed man said indifferently. "If I lose, these 5 swords are yours. If you lose, not only will you swallow the 2 banners, but you will also kneel at the foot of the mountain of the Immortal Sword sect for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you dare?" Yi Xian smiled. "All right." The white-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. "You're very confident." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly soared into the sky from the sheath on his back. The sword pierced the sky, and in the next moment, a sword chi shot down from the sky, heading straight for Yi Xian on the arena. "Sword Sovereign." The moment the white-robed man drew his sword, a powerful sword aura swept across the arena. Sword Sovereign's aura. It was a swift strike. However, Yi Xian was even swifter. Before the sword chi descended onto the arena, Yi Xian had already appeared in front of the white-robed man. At the same time, his sword was pressed firmly against the white-robed man's throat. "I lost." The surroundings were deathly silent. The white-robed man stared fixedly at Yi Xian as he stood before Yi Xian. "You're a sword immortal." Yi Xian grinned. He put his sword away, and then he walked over to the side and put away those 5 swords. Coupled with the 7 swords from before, he now had a total of 12 heaven-rank swords. Moreover, he already had around 10 heaven-rank swords, so he had over 20 now. But it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. Presently, the more heaven-rank swords he had, the better it was for him. The white-robed man glanced at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. Somewhere in the shadows, the Immortal Sword Sect's sect master, Li Qing, gazed at Yi Xian on the arena, and no one knew what he was thinking. Beside Li Qing stood an old man, and the old man spoke in a low voice. "This person's combat strength is extraordinary. Even those elite disciples might not be able to defeat him." Li Qing's face was expressionless. His objective should be the swords. The old man nodded. "I didn't expect him to use such a method to get the swords." At this point, he paused slightly and continued. "What should we do next? We can't just ignore it. If we don't, then the Immortal Sword sect will become a laughingstock in the Northern Territory." Li Qing spoke indifferently. "Don't those fellows from the inner sect usually fight very fiercely? Now it's time for them to show themselves." The old man thought for a moment, and then he said, "Right, internal strife isn't much of a skill. Now it's time for them to show themselves." With that, he turned around and left. 2 hours later, nearly 100 swordsmen from the Immortal Sword sect suddenly descended the mountain and headed straight for Immortal Sword City. Chapter 380. After learning that Yi Xian had set up an arena in the Immortal Sword City, all the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect were furious. because in the eyes of the Immortal Sword sect, Yi Xian's action was undoubtedly a provocation to the entire Immortal Sword sect. Who didn't know that the Immortal Sword sect was the #1 swordsman sect in the northern region? Yi Xian had set up an arena in the territory of the Immortal Sword sect and called himself the #1 swordsman in the northern region. This was a blatant provocation to the Immortal Sword sect. How could the Immortal Sword sect tolerate this? Soon, the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect entered the Immortal Sword City, Daoyi Academy. In the Daoyi Palace, the Great Elder was discussing something with everyone. At this moment, a man in black quietly appeared beside the Great Elder. The man in black said something, and the Great Elder suddenly stood up. He went to the Immortal Sword City to challenge the Immortal Sword sect? In the palace, everyone looked at the Great Elder, somewhat confused. The man in black nodded slightly. It has already begun. The Great Elder frowned. What the hell is this guy doing? Not far away, an old man asked. What's wrong? The Great Elder said in a deep voice. Yi Xian went to the Immortal Sword City. He set up an arena and called himself the #1 swordsman in the northern region. Hearing this, the old man who spoke frowned. He went to challenge the Immortal Sword sect? The Great Elder shook his head. He didn't go to challenge the Immortal Sword sect. He probably went to get the sword. Saying this, he shook his head and sighed. This guy is really not easy to deal with. The old man said in a deep voice. Great Elder, Yi Xian is really restless. Ever since he entered our Daoyi Academy, this kind of thing has been happening more and more. I'm afraid he will implicate our Daoyi Academy in the future. Hearing this, the palace quieted down. Yi Xian. Everyone acknowledged Yi Xian's talent, but Yi Xian's ability to cause trouble was really terrifying. Too restless. A beautiful woman at the side suddenly smiled and said, Actually, there are pros and cons to this. Everyone looked at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman smiled and said, Why don't you all think about it? If he wants to cause trouble, why can he cause trouble? Because he was capable. Moreover, when this person entered the inner court, it was Nan Shan who provoked him first. And that's why he started fighting with Nan Shan. Besides Nan Shan, did any of you see him provoking anyone else? Not only that, according to what I know, there are more than 10 people following him now. Even Ming Kuan, one of the 4 monstrous geniuses, is following him. This proves that he has a certain amount of charisma. Not far away, the old man smiled bitterly. Instructor Hui Xian, have you ever thought that if he continues to cause trouble outside, he will make many enemies for our Daoyi Academy? The teacher named Hui Xian said calmly. Everyone, forgive me for being blunt. Students who are capable of causing trouble are not scary. The scary ones are the students of Daoyi Academy, who haven't caused any trouble. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Students who didn't cause any trouble. This meant that there was no one in the academy. Every single power had to be supported by formidable resources and reserves. But the younger generation had to have people. If there was no one in the younger generation, then they wouldn't be able to speak with confidence. Because the younger generation represented the future. That was why talents were the most important in this era. No one within the hall spoke, and all of them looked at the Grand Elder. The dean wasn't here, so the Grand Elder made all the decisions. The Grand Elder fell silent for a short while before he said, Let's wait and see for now. The old man asked, Shouldn't we stop him? The Grand Elder spoke indifferently. Stop him? How? Now, even if that kid is willing to leave, the Immortal Sword sect won't let the matter go. As he spoke, he stood up. Let's go and have a look. Immortal Sword City. The crowd below the arena parted, and over 100 disciples of the Immortal Sword sect arrived before the arena. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw so many disciples of the Immortal Sword sect. This matter is getting out of hand. 2 men and a woman walked up the arena. All of them were young, around the age of 20. The 3 swords of the north. Suddenly someone exclaimed, It's the 3 sword immortals of the north. The 3 sword immortals of the north. There were many relatively famous people amongst the younger generation of the north, and the 3 sword immortals of the north were 3 of them, because all 3 of them were sword immortals, and they were only 20 years old. The man in the lead glanced at the 2 banners of Yi Xian. and then he looked at Yi Xian. You're talking big. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. I presume the three of you are the monstrous geniuses of the Immortal Sword sect. May I know your name? The man in the lead shook his head. You're not qualified to know my name. Yi Xian smiled. Then let's begin? Which one of you will come first? Or should I say all at once? Together? The crowd instantly went into an uproar when they heard Yi Xian. Who does he think he is? All at once. Is he crazy? How arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my entire life. He's ignorant. In the arena, the faces of the three turned pale when they heard what Yi Xian had said. The man in the lead smiled, and he shook his head slightly. 1 against 3? You know that we won't fight 3 against 1. But you still say that. You're so scheming. With that, he waved his right hand, and 10 swords appeared at the side of the ring. They were all heaven stage. The man in the lead looked at Yi Xian. I'll raise the stakes. If you lose, you'll have to swallow these 2 banners. Not only that, you'll have to kneel at the foot of the mountain of the Immortal Sword sect for a month. Yi Xian looked at the 3 swords, and then he shook his head. Too little. I'm losing. After all, if you lose, you'll only lose 10 swords. But if I lose, I'll be humiliated. The man said indifferently. Then how many do you want? Yi Xian raised 3 fingers. 30. If I lose, not only will I swallow these banners, I'll also kneel at the foot of the Immortal Sword sect for a year. Kneel for a year. Hearing this, the man in front of Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're very confident in yourself. Yi Xian smiled. Do you want to bet? The man fell silent. He didn't have 30 heaven stage swords. As if he thought of something, he turned to look at the woman and the man beside him. The 2 of them fell silent for a moment, and then they pointed with their fingers, and 20 heaven stage swords appeared near the ring. A total of 30 heaven stage swords. In the darkness far away, the old man beside Li Qing smiled slightly. When facing an external enemy, they can unite. Sure. Li Qing also nodded slightly. People on the same side could compete with each other, and even fight amongst themselves. But if they fought against an external enemy and didn't unite, then even if they were monstrous geniuses, the sect wouldn't want such people. In the distant ring, the man in front of Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian. Let's begin. Yi Xian smiled. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the man opened his palm, and a sword suddenly condensed into form in his palm. At the same time, a strand of sword intent suddenly appeared around the ring. A sword immortal. The surroundings instantly seethed with excitement when they witnessed this scene. In the arena, Yi Xian nodded slightly as well. Based on the aura and sword intent of the man before him, he was very strong indeed. Yi Xian didn't act carelessly, and a sword chest appeared behind him. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. Haurangaya. He didn't dare act carelessly against the man before him. The man suddenly took a step forward, and his figure instantly became ethereal. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's expression changed abruptly, because a few rays of light had appeared in front of him. These rays of light were as small as the tips of needles, and all of them were aimed at his vital points. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and the sword in his hand swiftly slashed forward. It was just a simple slash. As soon as this slash was executed, countless strands of the energy of the earth sprayed out from the sword. Bang! The arena beneath their feet instantly collapsed into pieces. At the same time, 2 figures retreated explosively, and it was Yi Xian and the man. The battlefield between them had grown larger. The 2 of them stopped at almost the same time. The moment Yi Xian stopped, several swords suddenly flew out from the sword case on his back. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the man. The man's expression changed drastically when he saw these swords, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He swiftly pressed his palms forward, and then countless swords of energy instantly shot out from his palms. Bang! Countless strands of sword energy shot towards the surroundings. The spectators in the surroundings were horrified, and they retreated repeatedly. They didn't dare approach the 2 of them at all. Right amidst this expanse of sword energy, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and arrived above the man. In the next moment, A strand of sword energy slashed down at an extremely swift speed. The man's pupils constricted slightly when he witnessed this scene. In the next moment, he suddenly pressed his palms together, and then two enormous swords suddenly appeared above him. At the same time, the two enormous swords clamped down on Yi Xian's attack. However, the ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed. This clearly showed how terrifying this attack was. However, the man had still forcefully resisted this attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had retreated over 10 m back, but the sword in his hand had changed. The sword of earth had transformed into the sword of space. At the moment the swords changed, the expressions of Li Qing and the man who were hiding in the shadows below had instantly changed drastically. The man's expression instantly changed drastically as well. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had appeared in front of him once more. At the same time, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down once more. There weren't any flashy movements, and it was just a simple attack. The man stomped his right foot on the ground, pressed his palms together, and then pulled them apart. As soon as he did this, a ray of light shot out from the center of his brows. Oem! A sword howl resounded through the sky. Bang! A figure instantly retreated explosively. It was exactly Yi Xian. At the instant Yi Xian retreated, the man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and he was just about to follow up with another attack. However, a few swords suddenly flashed out from the space around him. Void flash. These swords had appeared without any warning, and the man hadn't expected that so many swords would suddenly appear. He was stunned for a moment, and by the time he recovered from his shock, those swords had already arrived at all the vital points on his body. But it didn't take long for all these swords to vanish, and no one was able to see them clearly. In the arena, the man was slightly dazed. Li Qing and the man who were hiding in the shadows had slightly gloomy expressions. At this moment Yi Xian, who was in the arena, suddenly cupped his fists at the man and said with a smile, as expected of the 3 sword immortals of the northern region, "I Yi Xian am impressed. How about we call it a draw today?" The man was stunned, and so were Li Qing and the man below. Meanwhile, Yi Xian put away the 30 swords and smiled. "The immortal sword sect is amazing. I Yi Xian admire you. If I have the chance in the future, I'll come and seek guidance from the seniors of the immortal sword sect. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The crowd was speechless. Chapter 381. In the Immortal Sword City, everyone looked at each other. Was it a draw? In the arena, the man watched Yi Xian leave in silence. On the other side, the man and the woman were also silent, because they knew that Yi Xian held back. Not only did he hold back, but he also saved the face of the Immortal Sword sect. One must know that if Yi Xian really trampled on the man, he would not only lose the man's face, but also the face of the entire Immortal Sword sect. But Yi Xian did not do so. At this time, the man who fought with Yi Xian suddenly said, "He is very strong, but he has not used his full strength." After saying that, he turned and left. In the Immortal Sword City, the crowd also gradually dispersed. Regarding the tie between Yi Xian and the man, everyone could still accept it, as long as the Immortal Sword sect did not lose. As soon as Yi Xian left the Immortal Sword City, Li Qing and an old man appeared in front of him. Yi Xian bowed slightly. "Greetings, seniors." Seeing this, the two secretly nodded in their hearts. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xian. "You came here for the sword?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Yes. There are no swords in the academy, and I have some grudges with the Taihe Chamber of Commerce, so I have no choice but to come here. If I have offended you, I hope Sect Master Li can forgive me." Li Qing was silent for a moment, and then he bent his finger, and a storage ring fell in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it, and inside the storage ring, there were 12 heaven stage swords, and they were all high grade. Yi Xian looked at Li Qing with some confusion. "This is?" Li Qing said, "Thank you for holding back. If you have time next time, you can come to the Immortal Sword sect to exchange with them." After saying that, he turned and left. In the same place, Yi Xian smiled slightly, put away the storage ring, and disappeared at the end of the sky on his sword. In the dark, The Great Elder and the others nodded as they watched Yi Xian leave. Next to the Great Elder, an old man softly said, "This guy. Not only is he extremely talented, he is also extremely thick-skinned. He also knows when to stop." After causing such a ruckus, not only did the Immortal Sword sect not view him as an enemy, they are instead grateful to him. At this point he looked at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder said, "Let's go back." Soon everyone left. Yi Xian returned to the Daoyi Academy. At this moment, the Xiao men had grown to 15 members, while there were less than 40 students in the inner yard. After returning to the inner yard, Yi Xian began to cultivate, break through to the void-piercing realm. Right now, he clearly felt that his realm was not high enough. This was because some powerful sword techniques required the support of one's realm. Right now, he had close to 70 heaven-grade swords. 70 heaven-grade swords. Yi Xian entered a cultivation room, sat cross-legged on the ground, and took out all the heaven-grade swords he had. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then he suddenly stabbed a sword into his body. Devour! Devour madly! In the cultivation room, Yi Xian's aura started to grow stronger bit by bit. While Yi Xian was cultivating, an old man led 2 experts in golden black armor to Daoyi City. The old man glanced at Daoyi City, sneered coldly, and then entered the city. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the Daoyi Academy. The Grand Elder was the one who received the 3 of them. In the Daoyi Palace, the Grand Elder glanced at the 3 of them and said, "You are?" The old man smiled. "Old man, the guest elder of the Dugu clan Mu Tian. I'm here on behalf of the Dugu clan." The Grand Elder's face changed slightly. "Is it the Dugu clan from the Heaven region?" The old man nodded. "Yes." The Grand Elder's face became slightly solemn. A short while later the Grand Elder said, "May I know why you're here?" The old man smiled. "The Dugu clan would like to ask for 2 people from your academy." 2 people. The Grand Elder frowned. "Who are they?" The old man looked the Grand Elder in the eye. "Yi Xian and Yi Ling." The Grand Elder was stunned when he heard that. A short while later he spoke in a low voice. "What do you mean?" Mu Tian spoke in a low voice. "Grand Elder, this is a scandal of the Dugu clan, so I won't dwell on it. I'm here to take them back with me." The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice. "They're from the Dugu clan?" Mu Tian laughed coldly. "Of course not." He cupped his fists. "Grand Elder, please hand them over to me so that the old man can take them back." The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. "They're students of the Daoyi Academy." Mu Tian's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, Grand Elder?" The Grand Elder laughed. "If they're willing to go back with you, the Daoyi Academy will not stop them. They have absolute freedom. But if he doesn't want to leave, my Daoyi Academy won't force him and his sister to leave." Mu Tian laughed coldly. "Grand Elder, is the Daoyi Academy going to meddle in the Dugu clan's affairs?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "I'm not interested in the Dugu clan's affairs. I just hope that you understand that they're students of the Daoyi Academy. That's all." Mu Tian stared at the Grand Elder. "So the Daoyi Academy is not willing to hand them over?" The Grand Elder's face turned cold. "What? Are you going to snatch them by force?" Mu Tian's expression turned savage. If this was the era of Daoyi Mu, the Dugu clan might be wary of the Daoyi Academy. But now, the old man, if the Daoyi Academy does not hand them over, the Daoyi Academy will regret it for life. After that he turned to leave. Inside the hall, the Grand Elder's expression was dark, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while he spoke, "Gather all the teachers." Very quickly, the teachers of the Daoyi Academy gathered in the Daoyi Hall. "Hand over the Yi Xian siblings? How can we do that? If the Daoyi Academy hands them over, how are we going to establish ourselves in the northern region? We can't. If we hand over the Yi Xian siblings, the people of the northern region will laugh at our Daoyi Academy. We can't do such a shameful thing. The Dugu clan is too domineering. They even have their hands in the northern region. They won't let this go." After a while, the hall quietened down, and everyone looked at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled. It's rare for everyone to have such a unified opinion. As he spoke, he looked out of the hall. But this time, I'm afraid the Duga clan won't let this matter go. Inform the dean. Below, an old man said in a low voice. Is it that serious? The Grand Elder smiled bitterly. It's more than serious. You know too little about the Duga clan. This clan has an important position in the heavenly region. Even when the Daoyi Academy was at its peak, we might not be able to go against them. In the cultivation room, Yi Xian had already devoured more than 20 swords, and his aura was slowly becoming stronger. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. 3 days later, Yi Xian had already devoured more than 50 swords, and his aura was much stronger than before. On the 4th day, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes in the cultivation room, and 2 balls of sword light shot out from his eyes. Chi-chi. 2 bottomless cracks appeared on the wall in the distance. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from Yi Xian's body. Void-piercing realm. After devouring 67 heaven-grade swords, he finally reached the void-piercing realm. After reaching the void-piercing realm, Yi Xian pressed his right hand forward lightly, and in an instant, the space in his palm split open. Then countless dark energies surged out from the cracks in the space. Feeling the dark energies, Yi Xian's expression became serious. He now understood why void-piercing realm experts were stronger than true defensive realm experts. The dark energies were really strong, and even he felt his heart palpitate. Without thinking too much about it, after reaching the void-piercing realm, Yi Xian continued to practice his sword skills. But now, every time he drew his sword, he did not feel that it was so strenuous. However, every time he drew the sword, it consumed a lot of energy. In his current situation, he could only draw it twice in an hour at most. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian smiled. This sword skill is a fusion of 2 sword skills, so I have to give it a new name. What should I name it? As he said that, he fell into deep thought. After a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Let's just call it sword draw to determine life and death. Hee. After laughing, he suddenly thought of something. With a wave of his right hand, 2 swords appeared in front of him. Dark Azure Sword, and the sword that Yin Sheng had forged for him. These 2 swords were Saint grade. Of course, the sword that Yin Sheng had forged for him was better. As for the sword that Yin Sheng had forged for him, he named it Spiritual Immortal. Previously, he had madly practiced sword draw to determine life and death, but he had used ordinary swords. He had never used this Spiritual Immortal, because he did not dare to use it. If he used this sword, he would definitely be able to destroy the entire cultivation room. Although he was very curious about the power of this sword combined with sword draw to determine life and death, he did not try it. Leave some suspense. Yi Xian left the cultivation room and went to the underground world under the purple flame path. He had never forgotten about Yu Qi's matter. However, when he arrived at the hall, the door of the hall was tightly shut. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. He was about to sneak in when the door suddenly opened and a voice was heard. Come in. It was Yinjia's voice. Yi Xian hurriedly walked in. In front of Yinjia, there was a long fiery red table. A woman was lying on the table. This woman was Yu Qi. Yu Qi was lying there quietly. There was no aura coming from her body. Most importantly, she was completely naked at that moment. Seeing this, Yi Xian looked at Yinjia. Can't you put some clothes on her? Yinjia glanced at Yi Xian. Her body is still being molded. She cannot be touched by external objects. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded. I see. At this moment, Yinjia said, You came at the right time. I need your help with something. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, What is it? Yinjia said, Do you have the chaotic energy in your body? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. How do you know? Yinjia said, What do you think? Yi Xian smiled. He had almost forgotten that Yinjia was originally from the Prism Pagoda. Yinjia pointed at Yu Qi. Use your chaotic energy to nourish her body. Yi Xian said, Put the chaotic energy in her body? Yinjia nodded. She has no consciousness yet. After you put the chaotic energy in her body, you need to guide it to nourish her body. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. During this process, you need to touch her entire body. You won't have any bad thoughts, right? Yi Xian. Chapter 382. He touched his entire body. Yi Xian stood there in a daze for a long time. In the end, he looked at Yinjia and said, "Senior can do this for me, right?" Yinjia looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yes, but your chaotic qi is a godly item. Don't you feel at ease leaving it to me?" Yi Xian smiled and waved his right hand. The strand of chaotic qi appeared in front of Yinjia, before he turned and retreated to the side. Yinjia glanced at Yi Xian and did not say anything else as he started to control the chaotic qi to help Yu Qi nourish her body. Yi Xian waited silently by the side. Looking at Yu Qi in the distance, Yi Xian thought of the Azure world and the Azure Sword sect. Time slowly passed. Roughly 2 days later, Yu Qi suddenly opened her eyes and Yi Xian hurriedly walked over. Yu Qi's eyes were somewhat dazed and Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Master Yu." Yu Qi looked at Yi Xian and said, "You are?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened, and he turned to look at Yinjia. The latter said, "Her body and soul have just fused and her memories have not fully recovered yet. Give her some time." Yi Xian nodded and then looked at Yu Qi and smiled. "Don't you remember me?" Yu Qi looked at Yi Xian and frowned slightly and said, "I have a slight impression." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's fine. Think about it in the future." At this moment, Yu Qi looked at her body and found that she was completely naked. Her frown deepened, and then she looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Did you take it off?" Yi Xian hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, it was the senior beside you who took it off. She saved you." Yu Qi looked at Yinjia, who was nearby, and then she stood up. Yi Xian hurriedly turned around and said, "Master Yu, put on some clothes first." Yu Qi looked at Yi Xian and said, "You've seen everything anyway, haven't you?" Yi Xian was speechless. Yu Qi bowed slightly towards Yinjia. "Thank you." Yinjia asked, "You can remember some things, right?" Yu Qi nodded. Yinjia nodded. "Right now your physical body and soul have just fused. You can't recover your strength for the time being. You can consider recovering your strength after your physical body and soul have completely fused. Do you understand?" Yu Qi nodded, then turned to look at Yi Xian. "Give me some clothes." Yi Xian hurriedly withdrew a robe and draped it over Yu Qi. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "You really don't remember me?" Yu Qi glanced at him, but did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "It's nothing. I'll think about it slowly in the future." With that, he looked at Yinjia, who was not far away. "Senior, I want her to stay here temporarily." The current Yu Qi did not have any strength at all. If they followed him back to the surface, it would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Yinjia replied, "It's up to her." Yi Xian turned to look at Yu Qi. "It's quite dangerous outside now. You should stay here and slowly recover your strength. Is that all right?" Yu Qi was silent for a moment before she said, "How is Pale Sword sect?" Yi Xian softly said, "The Realm Defense Alliance has been destroyed. Uncle Master Jian Xian, Sect Master, Uncle Master Zhan Tai and the others have all died." Yu Qi was silent. Yi Xian softly said, "Uncle Master Tsang Xian and Uncle Master Gu are still alive. Pale Sword sect will only grow stronger and stronger in the future." Yu Qi shook her head slightly before she softly said, "Go back." Yi Xian was silent for a while before he turned to leave. When he reached the entrance of the hall, he suddenly stopped. "Are you blaming me?" Yu Qi did not reply. Yi Xian waited for a while, but did not receive a reply. He left the hall. Inside the hall, Yinjia suddenly said, "He cares a lot about you." Yu Qi softly said, "I don't blame him." Yinjia asked, "Then why didn't you tell him directly?" Yu Qi said, "I was thinking about something and my mind wandered." Yinjia, the Grand Elder, found Yi Xian the moment he left the underground. "Something happened to the old man in the smithy." "Yinsheng?" Yi Xian frowned. "What happened?" The Grand Elder said in a low voice, "There was a huge battle in Daoyi City, and the smithy was destroyed." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "This should be an internal matter of the Yun family. You won't want to interfere, right?" Yi Xian was taken aback. "Of course not," the Grand Elder softly said. "Because of that supreme treasure, many people are coveting you. Don't get involved in this mess." Yi Xian nodded. Understood. The Grand Elder nodded. Do you know the Duga family? Yi Xian shook his head. Never heard of it. The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian, but did not speak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I really haven't heard of it. The Grand Elder hesitated, then said, It's a large family from the Heaven Domain. Anyway, before the dean comes back, try not to leave the academy. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Is someone trying to mess with me again? The Grand Elder glanced at him. You try to keep a low profile for now. As he spoke, he turned and left. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then turned and disappeared. Soon, Yi Xian came to Daoyi City. When he came to the smithy again, it was gone. Something happened. Yi Xian's face darkened. He looked around, and at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yin Sheng. Yi Xian was about to speak, but Yin Sheng grabbed him and disappeared. Outside Daoyi City, Yin Sheng brought Yi Xian to a deep mountain, under a waterfall. As soon as they landed, Yin Sheng sat on the ground. Yi Xian's face changed, because he found that Yin Sheng was seriously injured. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior. Yin Sheng glanced at Yi Xian. Do you want to forge weapons? Yi Xian hesitated, then said, A little. Yin Sheng suddenly said angrily, What do you mean a little? Yi Xian hurriedly said, I mean, is it profitable to forge weapons? Yin Sheng said angrily, Nonsense. In the Heaven Domain, being a blacksmith is the most honorable profession, and also the richest one. Do you think it's profitable? Yi Xian hurriedly said, Yes, I really want to be a blacksmith, really. Yin Sheng let out a low sigh. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated look in his eyes. Yi Xian said, Senior, take care of your wounds first. Yin Sheng shook his head. I don't have that much time. Yi Xian was about to speak, but Yin Sheng suddenly looked at him, took out a fist-sized black seal, and put it in front of him. This seal contains my Yin family's inheritance of blacksmithing, as well as a treasure of my Yin family. Now I give it to you. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Senior, what are you doing? Yin Sheng shook his head. All these years, I've been looking for a successor, hoping to leave my lifelong knowledge, but I haven't been able to find one. Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. I didn't expect that my lifelong inheritance would be passed on to you. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Senior, do you look down on me a little? Yin Sheng said indifferently. You're not particularly suitable for blacksmithing, but if you really like blacksmithing, you can learn diligently, and your achievements in blacksmithing will not be low in the future. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Senior, let's put the matter of blacksmithing aside for now. You take care of your wounds first. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared not far in front of the two. Yi Xian knew this old man. It was Yin Xiao, who had left earlier. Behind Yin Xiao, there were two other old men. Yin Xiao glanced coldly at Yin Sheng, and sneered. I knew you would appear in the smithy again. Saying this, he glanced at Yi Xian, and his expression was cold. We meet again. Yi Xian looked at Yin Sheng, and the latter said in a low voice. I'll hold them back. You go back to Daoyi Academy. Hold them back. In the distance, Yin Xiao sneered. Yin Sheng, can you hold them back? Yin Sheng ignored Yin Xiao, and looked at Yi Xian, and said angrily. What are you waiting for? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Senior, actually, I'm very good at fighting. Fight my ass. Yin Sheng said angrily. Can you beat 3 Origin Realm experts at once? Yi Xian thought about it. Perhaps I can try. Yin Sheng. Yi Xian turned around and walked towards Yin Xiao and the other two nearby. Can you give me, Yi Xian, some face? Yin Xiao sneered. Give you face? You. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, Yi Xian was already in front of him. Yin Zhao's expression changed drastically, but he reacted extremely quickly, and a powerful aura swept out from his body. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. A single strike to decide life and death. Boom! As the sword fell, Yin Xiao was knocked several hundred meters away. Yin Sheng, who was about to act, was stunned when he saw this. In the distance, Yin Xiao was also stunned. So powerful? Yi Xian continued to walk towards Yin Xiao, and the other two. You three come at me together. Otherwise it'll be too easy. Yin Xiao was infuriated when he heard that. How arrogant of you. With that he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a powerful force shot towards Yi Xian. At this moment Yi Xian stopped. Suddenly, a flying sword flashed through the air. Hiss! Something seemed to have been ripped apart. A moment later, the surroundings fell silent. Yin Xiao stopped around 3 meters away from Yi Xian, and there was a sword pressed against his forehead. A dark red sword. The dark blue sword. At this moment, Yi Xian was rather surprised because this was the first time he had used the dark blue sword. He had never thought that the Saint Tier dark blue sword would be so fast. It was so fast that even an Origin Realm expert would not be able to react in time. It was too fast. Not far away, Yin Sheng's face was also solemn. Yi Xian's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. As if he had thought of something, he glanced at Yi Xian, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Yin Xiao stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At that moment, he was extremely shocked, because he had never thought that Yi Xian would be so good at fighting. Even he could not fight back at all. He was too much of a monster. Yi Xian smiled. If I let you go, will you still come looking for trouble with me? Yin Xiao said coldly. Yi Xian, this is a matter of my Yin family. If you interfere, my Yin family will never let you go. Yi Xian grinned. I have no intention of making enemies, but if anyone wants to become enemies with me, then I'll keep them company. With that he swung his sword. Swish! Yin Zhao's head flew into the air. Chapter 383. Killed. Behind Yi Xian, Yin Sheng was dumbfounded. Killed just like that? The other 2 Origin Realm experts were stunned as well. They never thought that Yi Xian would directly kill them. They were representing the Yin family. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The 2 remaining Origin Realm experts' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly attacked. 1 against 2. Roughly half an hour later, the surroundings fell silent. 3 corpses lay in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood before the 3 corpses with his eyes closed. He was currently absorbing the energy of the 3 corpses with his netherworld ring. In the distance, Yin Sheng looked at Yi Xian sternly. Yi Xian's battle prowess had greatly exceeded his expectations. After a long while, Yi Xian put away the ethereal execution ring, and then put away the storage rings of Yin Xiao and the other 2. There were more than 1,000,000 purple origin crystals in the storage rings. There were also over 30 heaven-ranked treasures, but there wasn't a single saint-ranked treasure. Do you know what you've done? At this moment, Yin Sheng suddenly spoke up. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, are you trying to say that the Yin family won't let me off because I killed a member of the Yin family? Yin Sheng nodded. The Yin family isn't as simple as you think. Yi Xian said. That's exactly why I killed the 3 of them. Now who will know that I killed a member of the Yin family? He looked at Yin Sheng. Senior, you won't tell on me, right? Yin Sheng glanced at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. Yi Xian walked in front of Yin Sheng and smiled. Senior, do you want to return to the Daoi Academy with me or? Yin Sheng shook his head. I won't be going back. He looked at Yi Xian as he spoke. You'll stay here with me and learn the art of forging. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed. Greetings, master. Yin Sheng shook his head with a smile. You. Blacksmithing. In the following period of time, Yi Xian followed Yin Sheng to learn forging techniques every day. He studied very seriously, because he knew that he would need a lot of swords in the future, and he didn't have the financial resources to buy all of them. Make it yourself. Yin Sheng was also very satisfied with Yi Xian. It should be said that Yi Xian surprised him, because Yi Xian studied very hard, was very serious, and absorbed very quickly. Therefore, Yin Sheng was more and more satisfied with Yi Xian. The more Yi Xian learned, the more excited he became. He realized that the path of forging was very interesting. Every time he saw something he forged, he would feel a sense of accomplishment. Hence, Yi Xian became even more attentive. At night, Yi Xian returned to the Daoi Academy. As soon as he returned to the Daoi Academy, he was called to the Violet Flame Tower by Xiao Ge. In the cave, the people of the Xiao school had already arrived. There were a total of 13 people. all of whom were void-piercing realm experts. Among them, Ming Kuan might have already reached the origin realm. Of course, this was just Yi Xian's guess, and he didn't ask. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ge. This guy gathered everyone together, so there must be something. Xiao Ge chuckled and said with some excitement, "Brother Yi, something happened in our northern region recently. Have you heard about it?" Yi Xian asked, "What is it?" Xiao Ge said, "A small world was discovered several 100,000 li south of here. It was just discovered." Small world? Yi Xian frowned. And then? On the side, Ming Kuan said with a smile, "Brother Yi might not know, but if it was just discovered, it means that this small world has not been occupied by anyone, and the resources on it are unclaimed." Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. As if thinking of something, he looked at Xiao Ge. "Who discovered it?" Xiao Ge said in a low voice, "I don't know, but it should spread to all the major forces soon. So, we have to go first." Yi Xian said, "There must be many people who want such a good thing, right?" Xiao Ge said with a smile, "Of course, there will be many people going this time. However, how much you can obtain from it will depend on your own ability. Brother Yi, are you interested in going?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Go." Xiao Ge said with a smile, "Okay, there's no time to lose, let's go immediately." Yi Xian said, "Are you not going to tell the Great Elder and the others?" Xiao Ge said, "I have already told the Great Elder. The Great Elder and the others don't object to this matter. They just want us to be careful and inform the inner court immediately if anything happens." Hearing this, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It's good to have a backer. The Great Elder's meaning was that if they went there and couldn't win, they could inform the academy. But if they were independent cultivators and couldn't win, they could either run or die. The difference in treatment was too great. An hour later, the 13 of them set off. In the starry sky, the 13 of them sat on the Starcloud ship and headed straight for the newly discovered small world. In the room, Yi Xian was studying the forging technique that Yun Sheng had passed on to him. Currently, he was already slightly engrossed in it. According to Yun Sheng, the Tao of forging was broad and profound. If it was mastered to the extreme, the treasures created could destroy the heavens and the earth, just like those treasures on the interstellar bounty list. According to what Yun Sheng had said, some of these treasures were man-made. This caused Yi Xian to be even more curious about the origins of the prison pagoda. Was this prison pagoda man-made as well? Unfortunately, neither the gods on the second floor nor the fourth floor could answer his question. Even they didn't know which era this pagoda was from. No matter what, the Tao of forging had endless potential and infinite possibilities. A moment later, Yi Xian entered the prison pagoda. Inside the pagoda, Xiao Linger was sleeping soundly while hugging a spiritual fruit. On the first floor, there were spiritual fruits everywhere. The only fun that Xiao Linger had now was planting spiritual fruits or strolling around from time to time. Next to Xiao Linger, there was a small dream word. Dream Dao Law. Looking at this Dream Dao Law, Yi Xian fell silent. Dream Sword. This was a Dao Law sword that he had always wanted to condense. Previously, he didn't dare to try it because this Dao Law was too terrifying, and he didn't have the ability to control it. Now he had reached the void-piercing realm. Therefore, he wanted to give it a try. However, this still required the cooperation of the Dream Dao Law, because if the other party didn't cooperate, then it would be absolutely impossible for him to succeed. In order to cooperate with the Dream Dao Law, he had to communicate with the other party. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he walked over to the Dream Dao Law and grinned. "Let's have a chat." The Dream Dao didn't respond. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "What are your conditions? Tell me." The Dao Law still didn't respond. Yi Xian was about to speak when the voice of the god on the second floor resounded again. "Don't waste your energy. It doesn't take a liking to you at all. Not to mention it, even the Dao Law and Spatial Dao Law won't take a liking to you at all." Yi Xian's face darkened. "I'm not that bad, right?" The god on the second floor said indifferently, "Don't doubt it. You are very weak now." Yi Xian grunted coldly. "God on the second floor. Were you as formidable as I am when you were as young as I am now?" The god on the second floor fell silent. Yi Xian sneered. No, I. At this moment, the voice of the god on the second floor suddenly sounded. When I was as old as you, I was already invincible in my world. Now, you aren't even comparable to the guy locked up in the first floor. If he didn't comprehend a trace of the true meaning of Sword Dao, he wouldn't even be qualified to be locked up in the first floor. True meaning of Sword Dao? Yi Xian frowned. What's that? The god on the second floor said indifferently. If you comprehend the true meaning of Sword Dao, you will be considered to have broken through to the level of Sword Immortal. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. How do I comprehend it? The god on the second floor said angrily. Who should I ask? I'm not a swordsman. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yi Xian had left the prison pagoda. Yi Xian opened the door. It was Xiaoge. Xiaoge smiled. We're here. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. With that, he and Xiaoge came to the deck of the Nebula warship. On the deck, Yi Xian looked up. Below, there was an endless mountain range. Between these mountains there was a white fog. At a glance, it was like a fairyland. Yi Xian said softly. It's so quiet. Beside Yi Xian, Xiaoge said in a low voice. It's very quiet. This place is a bit strange. We have to be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He glanced around and finally he looked to the right. Dozens of miles away, there was a mountain. The mountain was a bit strange. It was like a circular palace. It was very strange. Xiaoge also looked at the mountain. This mountain is a bit strange. Let's go take a look. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Let's go. With that, he, Xiaoge, and the others got off the Nebula warship and went straight to the mountain. In next to no time, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, they discovered that the mountain was floating. It was over 30 meters above the ground. Not only that, there were some stone pillars around the bottom of the mountain. The stone pillars were painted with all sorts of mysterious runes. Yi Xian said in a low voice. There must have been people staying here in the past. At this point he looked at Xiaoge. There used to be no small world in this area, right? Xiaoge shook his head. I don't know. I only know that this place suddenly appeared. At the side Ming Kuan said in a low voice. It's a bit strange. At this moment, an inner court student suddenly pointed not far away. Look. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a closed door on the mountain wall not far away. They could enter. Everyone came to the door. It was very large, and there were two ferocious beasts painted on both sides of the door. Yi Xian pointed at the two beasts. Does anyone recognize them? Xiaoge shook his head. I haven't seen them before. Everyone looked at Ming Kuan. Because Ming Kuan had been to the heaven domain, he could be said to be very knowledgeable. Ming Kuan stared at the two beasts for a long time, and then shook his head. I haven't seen them before. Xiaoge looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, do you want to go in? Yi Xian said calmly. We're already here. Do we still want to leave? At this point he paused slightly. Wait. As he said this, his mind sank into his body. Second floor guru, is there danger inside? Second floor guru said calmly. I don't know. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. How can you not know? You're so powerful. Get lost. Second floor guru suddenly flew into a rage. Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian asked again. Xiaolinger, is it dangerous inside? No. Are you sure? Are you sure or not? I'm not very sure either. Yi Xian. Chapter 384. On the spot, Yi Xian's face darkened. This Xiaoling was too unreliable. Yi Xian still wanted to ask, but the god on the second floor suddenly said, Won't you know if it's dangerous if you go in yourself? What do you want to ask? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I just want to be safe. The god on the second floor said, You're afraid of death. Yi Xian smiled. Who isn't afraid of death? As he spoke, he looked at the door in front of him. He thought for a moment and said, Xiaoge, brother Ming Kuan, and I will go in. The rest of you stay outside and wait for our news. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Some of them wanted to say something, but Yi Xian said, It's decided. Just like that, He walked to the door and gave it a light push. Creak. The door was easily opened. It was dark inside the door. Yi Xian, Ming Kuan, and Xiao Ge walked in. After entering, a cold and gloomy aura hit them in the face. The surroundings were dark and quiet. Yi Xian glanced around. At this moment they should be in a passage. Brother Yi, Ming Kuan suddenly said. This place is not simple. We need to be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He didn't dare to be careless in this unfamiliar place. Brother Yi, look. At this moment, Xiao Ge suddenly pointed at the wall beside them. Look. Yi Xian and Ming Kuan looked at the wall. On the wall there were murals. On the murals, there were some beasts and some people. However, these people were tall and big, somewhat different from ordinary people. Huh. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the prison pagoda. It was the voice of the mysterious woman on the 4th floor. Yi Xian quickly asked, Vicious Jian, oh no, Senior Jian, do you know what this is? Yes, the mysterious woman on the 4th floor said. Yi Xian asked, what is it? The mysterious woman on the 4th floor said, I'm not telling you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions. He just brought Ming Kuan and Xiao Ge forward. On the way, the mysterious woman on the 4th floor suddenly said, This is a good place. You have to enjoy yourself. Yi Xian said calmly, Are you trying to scare me? Jian Zizai laughed and said, You are so bold. Who would dare to scare you? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Jane, you're vicious. Your objective should be to come out. And I'm not against you coming out. Why do you want to kill me over and over again? Why not? Jian Zizai said calmly, After being locked up for so long, don't you need to take revenge? Yi Xian said angrily, I'm not the one who locked you up. Why are you looking for me for revenge? Jian Zizai said, You are the tower master. Yi Xian said, It's not that I'm locking you up. You have to find the person who locked you up. Jian Zizai said calmly, You are the tower master. Yi Xian was so angry that he was speechless. Damn it, this woman is determined to cause trouble for me. Ignoring the woman, he continued to lead Xiao Ge and the others down. The deeper they went, the colder the surroundings became. The mountain walls around them were all covered with all kinds of murals. The three of them were also extremely vigilant, not daring to have the slightest bit of carelessness or contempt. About an hour later, the three of them stopped. Not far in front of them, there was a stone door. On both sides of the stone door stood two stone statues holding spears. Yi Xian walked to the stone door. There were some strange words on the stone door. He had never seen these words before. Do you know what's written on it? Jian Zizai suddenly asked. Yi Xian said calmly, If you have something to fart about, hurry up and say it. Jian Zizai said with a smile, It's written on it. Trespassers will die. Do you still want to go in? Yi Xian said with a smile, You don't seem to want me to go in. Jian Zizai fell silent. Yi Xian placed his right hand on the stone door and gently pushed it. The door swung open, and when she saw what was inside, This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. At this time, the expressions of Yi Xian and the others suddenly became serious. Inside the door, there were many long coffins. These coffins were all made of unknown gold and iron. There were more than 30 coffins, and each coffin had a lamp on it. This is... Xiao Ge, who was beside Yi Xian, frowned. All of them are coffins. At this time, Ming Kuan suddenly pointed not far away. Look. Hearing the voice, Yi Xian and Lin Sanjia looked over. Not far away from them, there was a person sitting. This person was different from the average human. He was at least one generation older than the average human. His ears were big, his arms were thick, and his entire body was covered in those strange tattoos. Ming Kuan said in a deep voice, What exactly are these? Xiao Ge shook his head. I don't know. At this time, the stone door behind the three of them suddenly closed. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the three of them changed greatly. In the distance, the person sitting on the chair suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. His eyes were brown. He stared straight at Yi Xian and the others, and said something that Yi Xian and the others could not understand at all. At this time, Jian Zizai suddenly said, He said those who enter will die. You will all die. Yi Xian was speechless. Not far away, the person sitting on the chair suddenly stood up. The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept toward Yi Xian and the others. How terrifying! The expressions of Yi Xian and the others changed greatly. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Boom! The stone door directly collapsed. Run! Yi Xian and the others flew out. At this time, a giant hand suddenly grabbed them from behind at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan also stopped. Yi Xian suddenly said, "You guys go first." As he said this, he turned around, and a sheathed sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. At the same time, the giant hand was blocked by Yi Xian's sword. Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan did not leave. The two of them stood beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You guys go first." Xiao Gu smiled bitterly. "Leaving like this is too disloyal." Ming Kuan nodded. "You can't be so disloyal." Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but at this time, the person on the chair appeared in front of them. The next moment, a huge fist directly blasted toward them. The expressions of the three of them changed greatly. The next moment, the three of them attacked together. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the three of them flew out and smashed heavily against the wall. On the ground, Yi Xian quickly stood up. At this moment, his head was extremely heavy, and his consciousness was slightly blurred. On the other hand, Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan directly fainted. So strong! Yi Xian knew that the mysterious person in front of him was not someone he could resist at this moment. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded again. "Quickly, activate this pagoda. Activate this pagoda, and we can definitely defeat him. Activate the prism pagoda." Yi Xian's expression darkened. So this is what this woman is planning. At this moment, the person in the distance was about to attack again. Yi Xian's expression changed. The next moment he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in front of him. The moment this sword appeared, a powerful sword force instantly appeared in the field. The sword at the top of the pagoda. When he saw this sword, the person in the distance stopped. He looked at the sword in front of Yi Xian with a solemn and fearful gaze. After a moment he turned around and left. Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded from within the pagoda. "Idiot! Such stupidity, no wonder your clan was exterminated. Idiot! Idiot!" Yi Xian ignored Jian Zizai, who was already a little crazy, and hurriedly left the passage with Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan. Outside, when Yi Xian brought the two of them out, he found that the people from the Xiao sect were confronting a group of people. There were also a dozen people on the other side. Yi Xian put Xiao Gu and Ming Kuan on the ground, then looked at Li Chuan, who was not far away. "What's going on? This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page." "What's going on?" Li Chuan said solemnly. "These people are from the Ascendant Heaven sect." Ascendant Heaven sect. Yi Xian frowned. Among the experts who wanted to snatch the pagoda outside Daoyi City last time was the Ascendant Heaven sect's sect leader, Mo Yanshao. At this moment Li Chuan said again, "They want to go in." Yi Xian smiled. "It's fine, it's not like it's ours. Whoever wants to go in can go in." Li Chuan glanced at Yi Xian. "We'll listen to Brother Yi." As he spoke, he retreated to the side. Yi Xian said, "Let's retreat first." Although he was curious about the inside of the mountain, he knew very well that with his current strength, if he went in again, it would be tantamount to suicide. Therefore, he decided to retreat first. At this moment, an Ascendant Heaven sect disciple suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian and asked, "What's inside?" Yi Xian smiled. "Your attitude is not good. I'm not telling you." Hearing this, the man's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly slammed his palm towards Yi Xian. As this palm slammed out, a stream of water seemed to have decided to drown Yi Xian. Yi Xian was already prepared. The moment the man made his move, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! In front of everyone's eyes, the man who had attacked was directly sent flying. He was sent flying thousands of feet. Everyone here was stunned. Yi Xian walked over to the man with his sword in hand. At this moment, the man was lying on the ground. His entire body was covered in cracks, and blood was flowing incessantly from his mouth. Yi Xian pointed his sword at the man. Who gave you the courage to attack? The man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword suddenly stabbed downwards. Hiss! The center of the man's forehead was pierced through by Yi Xian's sword. The disciples of the Ascendant Heaven sect were infuriated when they witnessed this scene, and they charged at Yi Xian. On the other hand, Li Chuan and the others who stood behind Yi Xian charged towards the disciples of the Ascendant Heaven sect as well. In an instant, both sides entered into battle. Yi Xian was just about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. If I were you, I would run immediately. It was the voice of a god from the second floor. Yi Xian was just about to ask when Jian Zizai suddenly said, Why run? There's no need to run. Everything will be fine. As if I'd believe you. Yi Xian cursed, and then he turned to look at Li Chuan and the others who were nearby. Stop fighting and run. Li Chuan was stunned, and then he said, Brother Yi, we can win. Yi Xian said, Stop fighting. Hurry up and run. Get out of here. When he saw that Yi Xian didn't seem to be lying, Li Chuan hesitated for a moment, and then he hurriedly looked at the students from the Xiao school. Everyone run. Run quickly. Everyone was stunned when they heard Li Chuan, but they didn't think too much about it, and hurriedly ran with Li Chuan. The disciples of the Ascendant Heaven sect were stunned when they saw Yi Xian and the others flee. They were terrified just like that. Yi Xian led everyone back to the nebula ship. He started the nebula ship immediately. The nebula ship was about to leave. However, at this moment, the stone gate of the mountain in the distance suddenly opened. At the same time, a man walked out. It was the person who had attacked the three of them in the passageway. After that person came out, he waved his right hand, and all the disciples of the Ascendant Heaven sect not far away were directly turned into ashes. Then the person raised his head and looked at the nebula warship, or more accurately, at Yi Xian. The other party was looking at him. At this moment, the person raised his right hand and aimed at the nebula warship. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly jumped off the nebula warship, and the person's hand lowered and aimed at him. Yi Xian raised his hands. I surrender. In the distance, the person was stunned, and the next moment, he lowered his right hand. P.S. If you sell a kidney, will it have a big impact? End of this chapter. Chapter 385. Surrender. Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded from within the prison pagoda. Yi Xian, are you still a man? Shut the hell up. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily. Jian is so vicious. Do you believe that I won't kill you first? Jian Zizai sneered. Come on, come to the fourth floor. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Damn. This woman was really difficult to deal with. Because he was sure that he couldn't beat this woman right now. He didn't pay attention to this woman, because the person in front of the stone door in the distance was walking towards him. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Guru on the second floor, do you know the origin of this person? The guru on the second floor said indifferently. I don't know. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. At this moment, the person had already walked in front of him. The person spread out his right hand, and a huge picture appeared in front of Yi Xian. On the picture was a woman in a plain dress, and she held a sword in her right hand. Seeing this woman, Yi Xian was stunned, because this woman was the mysterious woman in the plain dress. In front of Yi Xian, the person pointed at Yi Xian and suddenly said, Human, is that the sword in your hand? He was speaking human language. Yi Xian was a little hesitant, because he wasn't sure what the relationship between the woman in the plain dress and the person in the plain dress was. Earlier, Jian Zizai had said that the person's clan had been exterminated. If this was done by the woman in the plain dress, then admitting it would be equivalent to courting death. At this moment, the person suddenly took a step forward. Answer me. His voice was deafening like a great bell. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Yes. He knew that he couldn't be complacent, because the sword he had just taken out was the sword of the woman in the plain dress. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the person put away the picture and said, "Come with me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately felt relieved. It seemed that this mysterious clan was not destroyed by the woman in the plain dress. Otherwise he would really be doomed. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and followed the tall man into the stone door once again. Soon, the two of them arrived at the hall with dozens of coffins. The tall man sat on a chair and looked down at Yi Xian. "What's your relationship with her?" Yi Xian replied solemnly. "I'm a swordsman. She taught me sword Dao." The tall man stared at Yi Xian for a long time. Finally his expression softened. "Where is she now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know either." As he spoke, he faced the tall man. "Senior, do you know her?" The tall man faintly nodded. "I do. Back then, when our clan was in great danger, it was her appearance that allowed our clan to retain a trace of its lineage. Without her, our clan would have completely disappeared from this world." Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little curious. "She saved your clan?" In his impression, the woman in the plain dress didn't seem like someone who liked to do good deeds. Of course, the woman in the plain dress was very, very good to him. The tall man glanced at Yi Xian. "Why are you here?" Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "This miniature world just happened to appear here. So my friend and I wanted to take a look." The tall man frowned. "Where is this place?" Yi Xian was slightly astounded. "Senior, you don't know where this place is?" The tall man shook his head. "I was in a deep slumber before this, and it was your arrival that woke me up." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "Senior, you weren't here before this?" The tall man frowned. He raised his head and glanced at the surroundings. After a short while his frown deepened. "So, the formation has disappeared." "The formation has disappeared." Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "Senior, can you explain it a little more clearly?" The tall man glanced at Yi Xian. "In order to protect ourselves, my clan utilized a grand formation to conceal this entire world, and then it drifted through the boundless starry sky. Now it should have drifted to your starry sky. Now that the formation has shattered, it should have alarmed the experts of your starry sky." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "Senior, what do you plan to do next?" The tall man fell silent for a moment before he said, "Now that the grand formation is gone, it'll be very dangerous for us to continue drifting about." Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "Senior, if you intend to stay in this starry sky, then you'll probably encounter a great deal of trouble." Presently, practically all the powers of the Northern Territory had their eyes on this miniature world. So, it could be said that the tall man would definitely encounter a great deal of trouble if he wanted to stay here. The tall man spoke indifferently. "It's fine. I'll just have to kill some people and gain a foothold again." Yi Xian was speechless. The tall man spoke abruptly. "This world used to be the territory of my clan. There used to be a sect in the north, and it was the Swordsman sect. She came here all those years ago with the purpose of going to that sect. Now that sect has been destroyed. However, you can go and have a look. Perhaps you'll be pleasantly surprised." "The north?" Yi Xian bowed slightly. "Thank you." The tall man nodded. "There are some outsiders in this world, and some of them aren't weak. I need to recuperate for now, so I can't fight too much. You have to be careful. You can come here if you encounter any danger." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Thank you. Take care, senior." With that he left. In the hall, the tall man took out the portrait of the woman in a plain dress once more, and he fell into deep thought as he gazed at the woman in the portrait. All those years ago, it was this woman who had saved his clan with a casual slash of her sword. It was just a casual slash of her sword. After Yi Xian left the belly of the mountain, he headed straight north. He was naturally curious about the place where the woman in a plain dress had once been. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian sank his mind into his body and sneered. "Vicious Jian, I've turned danger into safety again. Are you angry?" Jian Zizai did not answer. Yi Xian continued. "Vicious Jian, you'll suffer retribution in the future for being so bad." Jian Zizai suddenly said, "Come in and hit me if you have the ability. Come in." Yi Xian smiled coldly. I'm not going in. Jian Zizai said calmly. I don't believe that the great path's luck will always be with you. Yi Xian chuckled. My luck is good. I'm going to piss you off. The current him was very unhappy with Jian Zizai. This woman was always trying to harm him. He really couldn't beat her. Otherwise, he would definitely go in and beat this guy to death. Jian Zizai did not speak to Yi Xian anymore, because she realized that this person was despicable. She could not gain any advantage verbally. Yi Xian did not continue to tangle with Jian Zizai. He sped up. Along the way, he saw some abandoned ruins. Obviously, this small world did not only have the tall man's clan, but also some other creatures. Unfortunately, it seemed that they were all gone. Just like that, after about an hour, Yi Xian stopped. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was a giant sword floating in the air. The sword was at least 100 feet long, and was floating upside down. Below the sword was a huge round platform, and on top of the round platform was a pile of ruins. Obviously, this should be the swordsman sect that the tall man had mentioned. Yi Xian walked over. Along the way he saw some bones. It seemed that they had been dead for a long time. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived in front of a mountain gate. One side of the gate had collapsed. Among the collapsed rubble, Yi Xian saw a plaque. On the plaque, there were 2 words engraved: Sword Sect. Sword Sect? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he continued forward. On both sides of him, there were many bones. These bones were still holding swords in their hands. Obviously, they had been fighting before they died. There must have been a fierce battle here. Yi Xian scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he walked quickly to a piece of broken rock. Beside the rock, there was a corpse. This corpse was not a human corpse. It seemed to belong to some kind of demon beast. It was shaped like an insect, and its body was somewhat large. It was also emitting a strange aura. Yi Xian was about to walk closer to take a closer look, when the voice of the great god on the second floor suddenly sounded. Do you want to die? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Why do you say that? The great god on the second floor said in a deep voice. That is emitting a poisonous aura. If you breathe it in, even if you don't die, you won't be able to keep your body. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. It can't be that scary, right? The great god on the second floor sneered. Not that scary? If it weren't for the chaos chi in your body, you would have died before you even got close to this place. Speaking of this, the great god on the second floor paused for a moment before continuing. This strange creature is a bit strange. It doesn't look like an ordinary demon beast. This sect should have been destroyed by these strange creatures. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You haven't seen it, great god on the second floor? The great god on the second floor said. No, but the guy on the 4th floor should have seen it. Why? Yi Xian was puzzled. Because she is a bit special. The great god on the second floor said. If you can build a good relationship with her, there will be endless benefits. Yi Xian said indifferently. You saw it too. It's not that I want to be enemies with her, but she tried to kill me time and time again. Build a good relationship with her? Anyway, I don't have any hope. The great god on the second floor said. That's your business. I'm just giving a suggestion. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. How is she special? The great god on the second floor said. You will know in the future. It's meaningless to tell you now. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He had said nothing for so long. Yi Xian looked at the strange demon beast in front of him. The body of the demon beast was still exuding that strange aura. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, Great god on the second floor, can I collect this aura? The great god on the second floor said. You don't have anything to hold it. If there are more of these things, they can even destroy this world. What do you use to store them? Yi Xian said. Can I use the prison pagoda? No. The great god on the second floor said in a deep voice. Xiao Linger is on the 1st floor. She can't resist this thing. At this point she paused and said, the 3rd floor. Yi Xian nodded. The great god on the 2nd floor was silent for a moment, and then said, You can try, but first use the chaotic energy to protect yourself. Yi Xian nodded, and then urged the chaotic energy. Then, He carefully put the strange demon beast's body into the third floor of the prison pagoda. This thing might be of great use in the future. Yi Xian continued to move forward. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, he suddenly froze and stopped. Not far in front of him, there was a statue of a man. The man held a sword and looked forward. On his shoulder was a little guy leaning on his head. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.